items, kukunat naman na to eh.
Talaga.
Diba?
Sure, naramdaman natin. Pero yung Yusong kasi, ang bentahin nito yung sip-sip, yung siya essence.
Oo.
Which is
pag mas
really good
marami
sa
na
Balearic.
talunan niya, parang libreng buhay, di ba? Dagdag mo pa si Moscow, medyo ganun din yung playstyle eh, di ba? Kaya mag-survive. Tapos may damage. So bigay na ata tong Lord na to. It's gonna be for Guangzhou Gaming. Maghahanap ba ng counterplay? Ang True Reapers, medyo delikado sila dito kasi nga masakit na nga talaga yung daming saba. Ganda ng Petrify dito naman gagaling kay Modi at talaga naman mapipili na mag-siatrasan yung members ng True Reapers. Dapat mamba out na yun eh.
Uy, at may nahuli pa.
Nadali pa. Yan na naman, ipit na naman si Garcia sa kabilang side ng mapa.
At hindi pa makapag-depensa dito. Ito yung problema. Pwedeng patagalin lang to ng Guangzhou Gaming at hindi pa uwi na ito si Garcia. Ganyan ginagawa nila. Atlas na lang yung pinapahabol nila. Alam nilang hindi mapapatay yun. And the Lord will be pushing the bottom lane. Si CY kumuha ng purple at ayun na. Ayan, may damage. Napanigurado.
Si Rico.
Saber.
Level 4 nga, Wolf. Sinasabi sa'yo kailangan nating maniwala sa mga katagang level 4. Pag level 4, bigay mo sa akin, papatayin ko, pinatay nga. At kita naman natin, etong MSC Wolf, medyo kinakabahan lang ako dahil sa mga pick sa MSC, feeling ko hihirap yung RG pag mga nakakampi mo tong mga
Saber,
mga nagsisaber.
Saber Rafaela.
Pawang mga professional lamang po, no? Pero may kita naman natin dito na may hulin naman silang gagawin. It's gonna be a kill onto Asuna. Pero si Ians medyo delikado lang din. Tuloy-tuloy sa pagkuha ng kills. Etong si CY, and talaga namang may problema na ang True Reapers as of this moment. Pag 12 minutes pa lang, wala nang sabog to, possible ata nilang ipilit sa mid lane.
At yun na nga yung gagawin nila.
Oh my goodness.
-1 agad. Sobrang bilis ng cooldown at makakuha pa ng ikalawa. That's completely -2. At mag-isa na lang yung Balearic. I think this is so versatile. We saw how XC also played that yung isang Eudora na sobrang bilis. Gumalaw at na-punish pa doon yung Ling. And that was the end for TRX. 12 minutes and 23 seconds was all it took for the Saber lineup mula sa Guangzhou Gaming.
What a beautiful show of power coming in from Guangzhou Gaming. For sure, maraming mga nagtaka kung bakit ganun yung pick, pero parang ako, hindi na pala dapat tayo nagugulat sa ganun kasi naglabas na ng Rapa mid si Midnight eh. So, hindi na nakakagulat to kasi may mga nagsisaber naman na talaga dati pa. So, okay, magandang momentum to para sa Guangzhou Gaming. Pero sa tingin mo ba, Wolf, anong naging problema doon? Parang okay naman sana yung idea ni di ba?
Talaga, hindi nila nagamit yung Balearic na yung strong sides na dapat gusto nilang gawin as True Reapers. Hindi natin nakita na fully utilized in this game. So in fact, itong level 1 na yung first turtle natin na napatay agad itong si Kimi, which is Tabadang. Yan, sa mga importanteng bagay. Then Kimi, sorry, it's not Kimi. Si Rehansha. Yung flicker ulti niya na hindi nag-work agad yun. Ang laking bagay din yun, mga mintis. Ang tight ng mga conditions dito para sa side ng True Reapers. At once na hindi nila nagagawa at nagagampanan yung gusto nilang gawin, nakikita agad yung punishment. And big props na rin dun sa kay CY. Always constantly pressuring the map. At nanalo siya dun sa matchup niya nung Pakito Moscow. Which is super commendable as well.
Tapos sa team fight, lagi siyang present. Hindi ko nga siya masyadong nakita na na sobrang naging opposite lane pusher lang, di ba? May ambag siya sa team fight, nagpupush din siya pag lagi siyang may ginagawa. Yun na lang, di ba? Never siyang
taas ng uptime,
never siya naging tambay dito sa laro na to. So, sobrang ganda na naging performance nila, and kailangan masolusyonan kagad to ng True Reapers.
That's right.
Sa game 2. Sobrang sobrang nakakayanig yung ganung pagkatalo. Saber level 4.
At to think that this is an elimination match, but nakita natin ng Guangzhou Gaming mas perfecto yung kanilang execution, especially with this lineup that they have, and they pretty much deserve yung game number 1. At magtutuloy-tuloy ba to sa game number 2? Abangan natin yan syempre when we head into game number 2 of this elimination match between True Reapers from Latam ba sila or India? India. From India, and of course itong Guangzhou Gaming na nanggagaling dito sa China. That's just game number 1 though. Kadalasan mapupunta tayo sa break, pero di ko alam bakit Wala pa sinasabi sa atin. Yun na, sakto. Alright, we're gonna see you after this short break. When we come back, it's game number 2. Don't go away.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Tayo po ay nagbabalik para sa game number 2 ng una nating elimination, the best of 3 between True Reapers and Guangzhou Gaming. Dito lang yan sa Tagalog broadcast ng MSC at EWC 2026. Wolf and Santi, ang makakasama nyo pa rin sa araw na to. Santi, game 1 went in favor of Guangzhou Gaming, the team from China. At ang kanilang ginawa ay ang Saber. At naging successful sila. Santi, sa tingin mo ba, eto na, ang simula ng Saber Level 4.
Feeling ko, conditional siya pag may link sa kalaban. Pag nagkaubusan, I mean,
okay.
kung walang hirara na itatapat mo sa link,
Oo.
tapos ayaw mo mag-utility.
Niloloko mo naman ako. Yan yung sinabi ko sa'yo kanina eh.
Ayun nga. Sinabi mo, inulit ka lang din. Yung ano.
Yan ang gusto ko sa'yo. Yan.
Ibig sabihin,
Pinapapogi mo ko eh. Yan ang gusto ko sa'yo.
Ibig sabihin, nakikinig ako sa
Nakikinig.
sinasabi mo at
Amen.
isinasa puso ko.
Amen.
Kaya guys, ako, tip ko lang sa inyo, pag may mga sinasabi si Wolf sa mga restream,
Wag.
sa mga sa mga live, ganon, isa puso nyo.
Yeah.
Pag sinabi niyang ganito talaga yun. Yeah.
Ay, matanong ko lang sa ating yung ating second series ba ay merong watch party ulit mula sa Team
Parang
Falcons?
hindi, nakita ko,
Parang
wala ako nakita.
Sayang, no?
Hindi ako sure.
Pero abangan natin.
Malay natin, meron, di ba?
Ito, sa mga nakarinig ngayon guys, maganda-handa na kayo in just a few
Falcons na.
minutes, baka Falcons na. Isa lang na yung Team Falcons, di ba? So, ngayon, mag-focus muna tayo sa Guangzhou versus True Reapers. This might be the last game that True Reapers will play in this tournament. At tingin ko lang, kailangan lang nilang i-activate yung kanilang mga heroes. I wouldn't mind na mag 3 games tayo dito just to make sure that eventually itong mga members ng True Reapers ay makabawi.
Yes.
Pero tingnan natin.
Ayun na.
Sila yung nag-ban ng Ling. So
Ayaw nila mag-first pick. Ayaw talaga nila.
Ayaw nilang mag-first pick ng Ling.
Ayaw talaga nila.
So Atlas first pick pa
Ano
rin sila.
ata
No?
Same side ba? Pasensya
Same
guys.
side, same side.
Same side. Kasi parehas pula yung ano eh.
Oo nga eh.
Parang first time ko nakakita
Oo.
ng parehas pula magkabila.
Oo nga eh.
So ano siya, feeling ko, nag-decide na lang sila ng ayaw na rin nila mag-saber siguro.
Oo.
Kaya tinanggal na nila yung Ling. So I'm curious to see ano yung jungle pick na kukunin ng Guangzhou and if a first pick ba nila yon.
Atlas ang nakikita ko na first pick nila.
Okay.
Tapos Valen
Ganun naman kanina eh, di ba?
pa rin. Valen yung kukunin.
Isasagot ng kabila. Eudora.
So,
Mag-a-assassin pa rin.
mm.
Ibig sabihin, no? Mag-a-assassin pa rin True Reapers.
Yes. Parang ba tira? Nolan. So, ganda pa rin. Atlas, I believe, is the first pick para sa Guangzhou.
Yes.
There you go.
Very good.
And then
Okay.
Valentina plus Assassin or Valentina and Beller. Valentina Paquito makes sense here.
Okay, Valen is good. Ano pa kaya yung... Nag-iisip pa sila kung ano eh. Kanina ang kinuha nila dito yung Ling eh. Since wala na nga yung Ling, okay.
Oo.
Yan natin.
Oh, kinuha na yung
Ninakaw.
Moskov.
Nakaw Gaming.
So you're forced now to get the Claude if you are Guangzhou. Mga bata-patan.
Tapos pag hindi mo kinuha yung Claude, ibaban. Second
Baban.
phase. Yes.
So tingin ko Claude Gwyn may chance na ganun ng Guangzhou.
Okay.
Gwyn Claude.
Tapos magja-jungle pick na lang ng assassin dun sa third slot, no? Para hindi rin sila maban second phase ni Guangzhou.
Mhm.
Ganun nata mangyari. So, yun na.
Claude and
Gwyn ba? Okay, tignan natin ha.
or Lilia. Mga pwede nilang mag-choose. Or Eve pala. Claude Eve could work kasi Eve plus Atlas.
Atlas,
Super
good,
solid combo pa rin
good
yan.
combo na.
Wala namang Eudora.
Zushin.
Zushin.
Okay.
So ngayon, mas lalo kang pilipilit mag-assassin. Pero may Beleric pa ang True Reapers.
So, kailangan nga lang nila mamili doon. It's either assassin or Beleric. Kasi pag kinuha nila Beleric, ban assassin sa second
Correct.
phase. Pag kinuha naman nila yung assassin, ban Beleric.
Mhm.
So, you can only choose one.
Kailangan nilang pumili na kanilang gagamitin.
They went for the Harley. It's gonna be the Harley on the jungle.
Oh, right. This is such a good pick actually. I forgot about this.
Oo nga, no, yung Harley on jungle. Will they ban the Beleric if you're Guangzhou? Saber, tinanggal nila. Na-trauma sa Saber kahit walang Ling.
Grabe. But
Yan, Beleric.
Kailangan ko palang ma-remind sarili ko na may Harley pa nga pala and Nolan. So, ang sobrang ganda dito sa Harley, threat siya sa Claude in many ways. As Zushin hates playing against this.
The Harley, yes.
Against the Harley. So, ang daming ang dami actually na Gedli magic dito ng True Reapers. Mga split type nila with this Moskov as well as this Harley. So, threatening yan. Very good pick actually. So, will you go Badang here if you're True Reapers? Now, nawala na yung Bele, natira na si Atlas. Badang or Hylos ang nakikita ko dito na pwede nilang pick.
Hylos. Okay. Or will they go for an XP pick? Kasi wala pang XP. Unahan eh. May Esme, may Yura. Okay.
Yura.
Yan. Esme.
Against the Claude. That makes sense.
So most likely kukuha ka dito, you have options, you have the Phobius, you have the Esme, tapos jungle option. Will you go for a Guinevere, Nolan? Ano pa mga
kaya
options?
yung makulit talaga yung Hilda or Dirot sa XP.
Hilda Derot.
Pang tapat dito sa
Yura. Nolan.
Tapos mag-assassin ka na yan. So yeah, Nolan makes a lot of sense here.
XP.
Or kung nag-Nolan ka, baka mag-Yusong ulit sila.
Pwede. And ang ganda kasi nung nilaro ng Yuzong eh, no?
Tama, ayan.
Ang ganda nung nilaro ng Yuzong kanina ni Modi. Sobrang precise ng mga So sila ang okay. Queen Rom. Okay. Nakakagulat lang. Parang para kaya enough ba yung kunat ni Yura para tangkihin lahat?
Enough naman siya laban dito sa. Pero Yusong yung pinaka problema niya kasi it's one thing na dati when I say dati mga this year, Yura yung parang lugi talaga sa Yusong. Yusong wins almost all the time. Kaya talagang patayin with the updates on the Yusong. Siguro medyo nag-evolve pero and of course, Uranus is very good against the Claude now dahil sa nerf sa Claude.
Yes.
Before, Yura, kaya siya eventually mapapatay pa siya ng Claude. Pero ngayon sa sobrang hina ng early ng Claude, nagra-rise na yung Yura. Pero pag nagsabay yung Yusong plus Nolan, doon na problema yung Yura lang.
Papatong kasi.
This Guinevere, I'm not sure if this is the right way to go about this.
Okay.
Ay, teka, ano to?
Rome Yura. Tama ba? Pag nakita, feel ko.
Or ano ba si Kimi is
Rome. Rome naman.
Mali
lang, iba lang yung path na tinake. Medyo pakaba lang yung path na tinake ng Gwyn. Sa baba siya kanina talaga rekta eh. Medyo na-confuse lang tayo.
Bakit kaya? Ano yun?
Ano ba?
Nag-check lang ata nung magkakat. Bakit inisip niya magkakat si Yusong?
Tapos iipitin nila.
Tamang hinala.
Okay. Medyo advance mag-isip ang True Reapers. Pero mukhang sisilip na on the Lethal Wonder ang Guangzhou Gaming. Okay, so far so good for Guangzhou Gaming. Si Ians mamaya magagamit siya ng tuluyan para pasikipin yung mapa ng Guangzhou Gaming na talagang kung ikaw din naman yung Guangzhou Gaming, medyo mag-hesitate kang mag-check bush eh. No? May Gwyn, may Harley.
Tama.
So, ang dami mo ring tama ka dun sa sinasabi mong yung Harley, may magandang sagot dun sa Claude tsaka sa Zushin.
Yes. Now, this is going to be the setup para sa TRX. Utilizing itong isang Harley into the middle. Ang gandang rotation.
Aray ko.
Ayun na nga. Yun yung dahilan ba't ayaw news. Kaso na over, pero okay lang.
Buhay.
Hindi kaya ni level 2 Atlas yan. So what happened there was yung minsan talaga may tamang timing ng pag-ikot sa gitna if you're the jungler. Babasahin mo yung mapa, kailan yung pinakatamang hindi ka mapapunish or matitradean. At kapag lumalim yung gitna, once na magkaroon lang ng misstep, bilang isang Harley, kaya mong patayin kasi may gitna.
And also, kailangan mo rin nga timingan na wala yung enemy jungler.
Tama.
Kasi ang mangyayari doon, masisira na yung, nabigyan na naman si CY. Sobrang init ni Ians. Wolf, lahat ng sinabi mo nagkatotoo. Sa first 2 minutes ng laro, yung mga ayaw katapat, talagang pinatunayan itong ni Ians na talagang may rason kung bakit sila nag-Harley. And right now, the Black Dragon is gonna be in. Turtle ang pag-aagawan nila. Kaso nga mabibigyan dito si Recall. So that is gonna be a free turtle for the side of True Reapers. And tuloy-tuloy pa rin sila sa paghabol. Kaso nga lang si X-Ying, tuloy pa rin sa pag-atras. Kaso nga lang sobrang laking kalugian na nito para sa Guangzhou Gaming. Things are looking great para sa True Reapers.
Super duper good. And most especially, naka-triple, hindi pala triple, killing spree na itong Harley natin. Early stages, Harley is such a threat pag gantong na killing spree ka na kasi sobrang bilis ng farming speed mo. Pwede ka umikot sa mapa ng ganun na kadali. World is your ocean. And if you think about it, Guangzhou, wala silang hero na kayang mabuhay sa ginagawa ng isang Harley ngayon.
Aray, sobrang sakit. Ang ganda. Snowball
Ayun lang,
talaga malala.
nagpasipsip. Dapat di nagpapasipsip yung Yura, pero pa rin na rin kill.
Okay lang. Sipsipin mo, ako bahala ako, Miltol. Di ba? Parang ganun ang nangyayari dito kay Ians. And with a 400 KDA para sa 3 minutes sa laro, sobrang saya ni Ians ngayon sa game na to. Kung kanina yung linya ay talagang nag-struggle, ngayon naman talagang lamang na sila. And sa ngayon, nahihirapan even si May natangkihin yung damage sa kabila. Kaya ba ni Rehansha natanggapin? And yes, unlike yung Beleric niya kanina na walang takas, ngayon yung hero niya okay na.
Yeah.
Pero may transcendence na parang okay, pwede na siyang maka-in out.
Sobrang ganda nung first 3 picks dito ng TRX. First 4 picks actually. Yung 5th pick kasi hindi ko talaga matansya kung okay ba yung Guinevere. And not gonna lie, I thought na pangit na yung Guinevere dito. Pero sa sobrang ganda nung first 4 picks ng TRX, it didn't matter. The reason why that is because etong Yura, pang check nila dito sa may Claude, etong Harley, tamang-tamang sagot siya dun sa overall hero composition dito ng Guangzhou. That's why Eve over Zushin sana pinili dito ng Guangzhou. At most importantly, etong Valen na 1-0 into ngayon, hindi nahahawakan at parang gumanda pa lalo sa TRX kasi kung hindi man sila nakakuha ng Beleric, di nila na-secure yun, at least meron pa rin sila ng Atlas ult na pwede nilang gamitin on the team fights.
May setup pa rin. Kanina hindi nga nag-pay off kahit may Atlas ult na sila tsaka yung ult ng di ba, ng Beleric. So okay na tong isa, tapos may combo naman sila ng Guinevere na medyo naiilang din ang Guangzhou Gaming doon sa spatial migration, and right now the Black Dragon papasok na sa loob at makukuha ni Recall dito. Andyan naman yung Blazing Duet. Napakasakit na rin ng mga balang binibitawan nila. May bawi ata na gagawin ng Guangzhou Gaming. Riansha, tumatakbo na. Makakatakas pa nga ba? And that is gonna be a clean take on the Turtle coming in from Guangzhou Gaming upang makabawi sa laban na ito.
Garcia tried to push mid. Maganda naman itong ginagawa natin Moskov. Libre yan dahil nakakuha siya ng mid clear and then makapag-clear pa din siya dito sa may bandang baba. We can see the replay of this Turtle fight utilizing the Yuzong so perfectly. Nakita mo naman yung combo rin. May Petri tapos Fatal Links, di ba?
Tapos
Sobrang
Blazing
solid.
Duet, salo lahat ng bala
Bawing-bawi ang lahat ng lahat ng hirap ng Guangzhou Gaming at tuwang-tawa na naman si May napanood ko na to sa isang pelikula Legit lang. Sino man yan?
Napanood mo na yan?
Oo, napanood ko na yun Sino yan, guys?
Pwede nyo tulungan nyo na lang sa post, di ba? Nabigyan si May, tumama yung... Okay, sasakay ba siya dun sa SOD? Tutuloy niya ba? Pero medyo delikado kasi madami nga na mga nakapwesto doon under the turret. Pero True Reapers trying to destroy the mid lane turret. Pero successful ang Guangzhou Gaming sa pagdepensa. Nakakapalag-palag ang Guangzhou this time. Pero si Garcia tuluyang makakabasag ng Torre dito sa bottom lane. Nakabang din sila dito sa may... Okay, naagawan pa ata ng orange buff. Naagawan na ata ni Ians. Ganda ng pwesto ng True Reapers Pero hindi natin pwedeng kalimutan na nangyari kanina yung steal sa Turtle tapos yung magandang team fight. May threat pa rin na pag nagpatong-patong yung ginagawa ng Guangzhou Gaming, may kalalagyan din ang True Reapers. So kailangan lang maging maingat.
Si Kimi ang unahan sa ngayon. I think this is the best way to go about it para sa Guangzhou. I think worth it to. Ayun lang, nag-over si Exing.
Okay,
hindi worth it
yun. It's gonna
yun.
be a trade pero yun nga hindi worth it para sa roamer na ibigay mo yung buhay mo as the mid laner pero tinatauhan sa may bandang gitna ng Uranus, Riansha. Yun naman, tumahan defense lang. Etong si Recall, habang si Ians naman makakuha na nga ng objective doon. Turtle will be secured for the side of True Reapers. Parang kung makahanap man ng magandang sagot yung Guangzhou Wolf, yung True Reapers may mas magandang sagot Parang ang galing gumalaw ng True Reapers ngayon. Parang hindi ito yung True Reapers na napanood natin from game 1.
For sure. This is True Reapers na talagang nagising. Baka parehas ko sa atin, biglang nakapagkape
Nung
na to.
Baka nagkape
na.
Yan nga, kasi...
Kahit si Garcia, solid nung nung matuhog niya dito yung pwestuhan niya.
Kanina yung pakito niya, medyo antok di ba?
Oo, parang wala pang gana.
Wala pang gana. Nung nagkape, ayun na.
Nagising.
Humiyaw.
Sabi nga nila, logged in na.
Logged in. Okay na.
Hindi lock-in.
Logged in.
Log-in.
Kakalagin mo lang. Di ba? Okay, tignan natin kung magsiset up ba ng Fatal Links. Dalawang Fatal Links ang maaari nating matunghayan from both teams with the IMU of Asuna. Very patient ang True Reapers sa ngayon. They know na hindi sila pwede maging reckless dito na basta-basta na lang na mag-set, pumasok, at mag-attempt ng mga plays. And ganun din yung Guangzhou Gaming. Nagsasama-sama sila. Ang wala kang kumakalas dun sa 5-man pwestuhan nila eh. Oh.
Oo.
5 talaga. Ayun na. May unang mabibigyan. Mapopoke, Kimi. Half HP. Makapag-regen naman. Across the map naman itong si Garcia. So maaaring pumilit dito. Ang Guangzhou Gaming. Pero si...
Napaplano si Ian.
Ganda ng pwesto.
Actually, this is such a good macro move mula sa TRX. Although, there's a chance na wala silang makuha na kill. Pero for sure, secured nila yung Torre.
Sure,
at baka
Torre.
mga -1 pa. Si Y mag-ingat ka.
Actually, kung may pumunta nga dun, Wolf, may kill na, may Torre pa eh.
Ayun nga.
Dalawa, may
ganun,
bonus.
Yun yung mga magandang mga tempo plays na parang hindi lahat makukuha mo. Pero kahit isa lang dun sa ma-achieve mo,
Okay
dun, sobrang solid na.
Sobrang ganda ng nagiging movement ng True Reaper sa ngayon. Hindi mo akalain na magiging ganito yung adjustment nila right after that game 1 loss from a Saber. Pero it seems like nahanap na nga nila yung tamang timpla ng kanilang lineup, and also ang naging susi rin ata nila dito is naban nila yung mga heroes na ayaw nila, pero mukhang may Fatal Links na magyayari dito. Kim yung magiging target, pero mapag-special migration palabas. Ngayon naman, maaaring maipit dito si Riansha. Sasaluhin niya yung damage coming from 3 members. Bubuhat-buhatin lang siya, pero andito na nga rin yung IMU na magmumula doon kay Asuna, pero yung Lord ng Paggagawan, sino kaya makakuha? It's gonna be recall, but it's gonna be a double kill coming in from Asuna, at magtatakbuhan na ang members ng Guangzhou Gaming. CY mapapatras na rin. Delikado na rin yung Torre sa may bandang gitna, at yung purple buff maaari pa lang nakawin. Wala na magiging laban ang Guangzhou Gaming dito. They have no other choice but to fall back dahil sobrang ganda na naging execution ng True Reapers.
And how about that, yung post-Lord fight pa na ginawa dito na TRX, although they have lost the Lord, pero pinipressure pa nila itong si Sino yung sa circle. And they were able to get a turret afterwards. So even when they didn't get the Lord, nakakuha sila ng kills, tapos nakakuha pa sila ng objectives around the map through those turrets na pinatumba nila sa Guangzhou Gaming. Ang taas ng makukuha na lang neto na gold dito as True Reapers.
Maganda yung secure ng Lord, yes. Pero masasabi mo na medyo pampalubag-loob na lang yun dahil sa nangyari nung pagkatapos. Pero ngayon, may huli. Violet Reque, mabibigyan. Medyo bawas na at mukhang makakapitan pa nga ng Deadly Magic. And natakasan niya nga yung talon na magbumula doon kay Modi. Pero si Siway na nga ay gagawa ng play dito with a Blazing Duet, and he will survive. But the SOD will connect. Tinamaan ng ligaw na si Bata. Talagang tuloy-tuloy ang pag-asek ng lagim ni Garcia. Habang si Xing naman ay makakasurvive. Yung kakampi niya naman dito ay maiipit na nga ng tuluyan. Modi, wala nang kalaban dito sa dalawang miyembro na iipit sa kanya, and that is gonna be True Reapers. Ini-extend lang ni Modi yung buhay, pero mukhang sasabayan na talagang babalik na nga rin si Asuna. Buhay ka pa rin, kanina ka pa binibigyan, magsasama pa ata sa hukay. Kamuntikan na sila dito, pero wala pa rin talagang makunat sa tatlong miyembro, pero kamuntikan doon si Asuna.
Tumagal ng sobra. Ang kulit naman din kasi ni Asuna. Kung Yura lang yun, mag-isa, parang kaya niya pati. 1v1. Kasi pag dumami kasi yung pwedeng pasiban. Higupan. Talagang tatagal. But, of course, the fact that True Reapers are winning the team fights, and nakikita natin, man, ayoko na talaga makakita ng Claude sa mga laban.
Parang laging hindi gumagana, no?
10 bits talaga eh.
10 bits. Yung Moscow, kita mo, inano lang siya, sinibat lang
Sinibat lang.
Sinibat?
Inano lang siya yung side blades.
Oh.
Inano lang, binahandaan lang, tol.
Ang hirap. Yung Claude, tanggap natin eh. Tumagal kasi sa meta si Claude eh. Tanggap natin. Pero, parang oras na ata para tumingin tayo.
Parang masaya na tayo doon. Okay na yun, nakatagal na siya eh.
Hall of Famer ka na, no?
Okay na, wala ka nang dapat patunayan. Dapat nasa pasarapan ka na lang.
Wala na sa pagaligan, tol.
Grabe, tingnan mo kung gaano kaya, 8.7k na yun. In a way, lock item yun eh. In previous patches, mauubos na niya yun.
Ubus na yun. Blazing Duet na gano'n. Winter Crown ka. Ubus yung 5 dun. Pero ngayon, parang nangingilit eh.
Wala talaga eh.
Parang nangingiliti yung mga bala ni Idol, kaya Wala, hindi siya sa skill issue ng player, feeling ko. Nasa na siya. Nasa hero na nga itself talaga yung nerf. Ramdam na ramdam eh.
And that means that so be TRX holding on to their lead. Unfortunately, para sa Guangzhou, nakapagdepensa naman sila. Yun naman yung maganda sa Claude. Magaling dumepensa.
Sa kanila ata yung Lord,
What a blitz!
Ang ganda naman ng kuha nila doon at mukhang magkakamali pa nga ng talong dito si Kimi at si Modi naman ay makakasurvive. And with that, Guangzhou Gaming securing this Lord. Magbabago ang istorya. Wolf, hahaba pa yung laban.
What a daylight robbery coming out from Guangzhou Gaming. TRX, talagang nakatulala lang sila doon. Hindi nila in-expect na kayang mabilis na i-take doon ni CY, and whoever designed that play mula sa Guangzhou Gaming deserves a race. Lalong-lalo na nung bigla nilang inon yung Yuzong ultimate. I think that was like 75% pa nga yung buhay nung Lord natin. I guess nagkaroon sila ng konting prob na merong Moskov dun sa taas tapos nakaiwalay pa si Harley. Nakakuha sila ng info for sure. Tsaka nila ginaw. Well done. Good read coming out from Guangzhou Gaming.
Uy, concede. May set. Nako po. Ang ganda ng Purify doon ni Rihan siya. So sayang na agad yung Fatal Links dito. Pero andito na nga yung Blazing Duet at ang pakitang gila si CY na narinig ata kami ni Wolf.
Narinig tayo, tol.
Narinig kami na masyado na atang hindi masakit. At sabi niya hindi. Nasa player pa rin pala talaga.
Tsaka kung tinarget ko yung Valen, syempre kaya ko yun.
Kaya din.
Yung Yura, okay. Sige, hindi ko kaya ngayon. Uy,
aray ko, Pop. Wala na atang si Kimi, boss. Wala eh. Hindi yan yung Kiming lumilipad sa wall eh. Gwyn lang yan eh.
Pero meron silang trade-off. That's a kill on the Zushin. However, the push from Guangzhou.
Mukhang pipili talaga ata sila sa loob ng base ng True Reapers, pero mukhang hindi magiging enough dahil madedepensahan na ito. Mabibigyan na nga dito si Modi. Masyado ata silang napalalim. Pero with that, who would have thought, Wolf? Napakatindi ng alang galawan at si CY ay ganun pa rin talaga ang ipapakita niya. Lupit. Kung lupit lang din ang pag-uusapan, talagang nandyan pa rin yung Claude at babalik pa nga ata si Recall. Imbes na mag-recall pa uwi ng base, babalikan niya yung kalaban. Susubok na bumasag pero hindi magiging enough yung minions. Who would have thought, Wolf? Babalikan ko na yung gusto ko sabihin yan. Who would have thought na lamang si True Reapers right from the start, sila pa yung unang mababasagan ng inhibitor turret.
Look at that Death Bush play coming out from CY as well as Recall. Nauna muna doon si Recall with that -1. At tuwan-tuwa syempre. Si Dreads. Ano ba tawag doon?
Ano? Dreads? Dreadlocks.
Hindi Dreads. Rose ata yun.
Cornrows. Cornrows. Maganda yung mga ganyang
Kabukan eh.
Dati nagpaganyan ako, side sa ulo yun, side sa anit.
Parang lagi kang sinasabunutan.
Oo, ganun. Tapos hanggang sa masanay ka. Nung tinanggal ko, ano ata? 2023. 2024, ganun.
Ano ka nito? Non-showbiz ka nito?
Non-showbiz to.
Wala sa radar namin ito.
Oo, wala to.
Buti ba? Imagine mo kung nakita kita na nasa rin talaga kita.
Pero wala, makakasaw nun.
Akas ka ba?
Makakasaw nun.
Sige na
Hindi
nga.
mo lang nakita.
Ano yung Beyblade ka doon?
Hindi pa nag-Beyblade doon. Wala pa Beyblade. Ano yun? Non-showbiz talaga.
Non-showbiz ka talaga.
Bagong katauhan. Hip-hopan yun, hip-hopan,
guys. Ay, hip-hop ka pala.
Hip-hopan yun.
Ito na.
Okay.
Lord fight. Nakahiwalay ulit yung Moskov. Jans on the long bush.
Uy, ang ganda ng huli. Kaso nga lang Purify ang gagamitin niya. Kimi ang mapapunish dito.
Si CY.
Pero andito naman yung SOD. Si CY dito, mapalagpa. Kaso nga lang mukhang mabibigyan sila ng tuluyan. It's gonna be the Lord secured by Guangzhou Gaming. Kaso nga lang tuloy-tuloy pa rin talaga pagbigay. And Recall will get another kill. Sobrang lamang na lamang sila to the point. Naaabot na tayo sa puntong clean wipe out na talagang re-recta ang Guangzhou Gaming dito. Mukhang gusto na nilang tapusin. Ayaw na nilang patagalin. At ilalaglag na nila ang True Reapers dito sa torneo natin.
And Santi, yung ino-okray natin na Claude, ang biglang nagpapanalo pa dito ng laban. CY, the Filipino from Guangzhou Gaming, nailing that wonderful Purify play. Sabay gamit ng kanyang Blazing Duet nung tinaman siya ng Deadly Magic. And he would have died. Pwede siya mapatungma doon. May lifesteal na kaunti mula din sa Fighter Emblem Claude na nakita natin. And then popping the Winter Crown at the perfect moment para hindi mag-proc yung deadly magic at magkaroon pa siya ng additional na damage while doing the blazing duet. And dahil hindi na nail ni Ian as well as nung Guinevere na si Kimi yung gusto nilang gawin, doon na napasama. There was a wonderful idea, great early game mula sa True Reapers, but in the end, it's Guangzhou Gaming that will prevail.
Sobrang tindi nung naging laban. Ramdam na nga nating lahat na parang magi-game 3 na dahil doon sa naging adjustment ng True Reapers. And sobrang ganda ng pinakita nila sa game na to. Ang daming ang mga errors ng Guangzhou Gaming, pero umabot lang talaga sa punto na bandang dulo mas nag-work. Lalo na yung ginawa dito ni CY na naging susi ng Guangzhou Gaming para mag-advance dito sa ating MSC. Ito yun, no? Sobrang tindi ng mga galawan. Si CY, iba din talaga pag nananalay tayo sa dugo mo no?
Nasa dugo mo talaga.
Sa dugo talaga
And how about that? And I would say na mas experience yung Guangzhou Gaming kasi yung mga times na lamang sila, mas magaling silang umawak ng lead. And especially this one,
you
can say that TRX definitely did not expect that. Wala man lang nag-check din sa bush na yun. Parang inisip nila na umuwi na agad. Patignan mo to, pagkatapos ng Deadly Magic, binuhay niya sarili niya, waiting for the perfect timing na mag-Winter Crown. Actually, di pala siya nag-Winter Crown. Imo lang. Wonderful.
Imo, yung naging tasto na buhay siya, wala na.
Oh, yun
Inubos na rin ng mga teammates niya. Habang downtime, habang nagre-resort pa lang siya, yung teammates niya, pumapalo na rin. So, sobrang si Tropa.
Si Tropang Cornrows.
Cornrows.
Okay, we can throw it to the stage for the interview.
Is joining us here for a little chat. First, I have to ask you about the Saber pick because that has not been in competitive play for like years at this point. What was the decision behind it?
那么女士们、先生们，欢迎来到看我们采访的我们广州的电竞团队。那今天我们首先采访的呢选手，首先想问你，为什么在这个比赛当中选择的是赛博剑圣这样的一个角色？
因为我们觉得剑锋是 counter 目前版本的双边体系的，然后为了选这个英雄，我们教练也做了很多准备。
Well, I think this is a really strong hero. In fact, our coach have trained us a lot in practicing with this hero.
That's very cool. Unheard of. We're hearing new metagame being built as we speak. Speaking of which, you're one of the more experienced players in the Chinese MLBB scene. I want to ask you about how do you feel the region is developing at the moment and your experience in it so far?
是的，非常棒的。那么我们呢，整个的这个一个游戏项目在中国地区也是发展的非常蓬勃的。我们想要看一下您的意见，您觉得这个游戏在中国地区的发展如何呢？
其实中国玩 MLBB 的人还是比较少的，但是对于中国电竞，我一直觉得中国电竞会很厉害，所以我们 MLBB 项目的中国选手也在不断变强。
Well, at the moment, there are not a lot of people playing MLBB in the Chinese region. However, we think there will be more and more people playing, and that's why we are getting stronger. And all of our players are practicing hard to make us to be a really strong team.
Thanks to your representation here today, we're seeing more and more of that in the future. Now, let's look at that future. You'll be playing against the loser of Team Spirit and Team Vamos. Who do you think you'll be facing off in the lower bracket?
是的，我们相信也会如此。那我们看一下，在未来的话呢，您将会面对的是 Team Spirit 和 Team Vamos 这两个团队当中的，他们是这个属于失败者。那么你觉得你将会面对的是哪个选手呢？哪个选队？
我觉得 Team Spirit 和 Team Vamos 这两支队伍都是很强的，他们一个来自俄罗斯赛区，一个来自马来西亚赛区，都是其中的1、2号种子。然后我觉得我们会对阵到 Vamos 战队。
Well, I think they both really strong teams, and one of them is from Russia and the other is from Malaysia. So I think they really both strong. However, probably I guess we will face Team Vamos.
Team Vamos. All right, we'll see how that ends up. That'll be the case. Prediction for later on today. Finally, you got those Chinese fans, those players that are looking up to you right now. Do you have any message to them to support you through your lower bracket run at MSC?
那是的。那么最后一个问题呢，我们可以看到您也是有非常多的粉丝的。对于您的粉丝，您有什么想说的吗？他们一路支持您，那么在我们的这个电竞比赛上打比赛，您有什么想告诉粉丝的？
其实我很感谢支持每个 MLBB 赛事的粉丝，然后也感谢大家的观看。其次，我特别想针对中国的粉丝说，就是因为中国赛区的成绩一直不太好，但我觉得我们这次可以碾碎对手的钥匙。
Well, in fact, I really appreciate all the fans' support all over the world, and I would like to tell our fans that maybe in the past the Chinese region's scores were not that high, but this time we have the confidence we wanted to win.
I mean, it's showing very well. One more time, our victors, Guangzhou Gaming and May. Thank you for joining us, but it's time for you to do the honors. Our first key crushing here at MSC is going to be in your hands. I'm going to invite the rest of your team to join me in here. Now I want us all to go back together. Thank you very much again to our translator, June. Come on over with me, my friends.
谢谢，谢谢。
We're going to open up our door. It's time for you to do the big piece, my friends. Walk on in and crush the first key of MSC at EWC 2026. Go on in, all of you.
大家进来。
You can choose whoever wants to crush the key
我
together.
们现在呢，可以来看一下我们要做这样的一个仪式啊，您可以选择一起的来做这样的一个奖牌，还是说以某一个人来打印这个奖牌？
CY will be the one to do it here. That is the True Ripper's key as they've been eliminated from MSC.
这是我们 MSC 方面的第一个这样的奖牌。
Pushing deeper, and there's the key, and it snaps in half. Our first key crush at MSC at EWC 2026. We talked about it earlier this morning. Everybody comes in with their own key, their own heart. And at the end of their run, should it end early like here in the group stage, their key, my friends, will look exactly like this. Feast your eyes upon it. Destruction has come, but that's only the beginning here for Guangzhou Gaming. Back to our panel.
At ayun na nga ang unang key. O ano ba? Bakit yung susi wala eh. Key talaga tawag nila eh.
Key talaga. Key.
Unfortunately ay nabasag na nga. And that's True Rippers. Mula sa India, India ba?
Hindi ko rin.
Basta alam niya na True Rippers.
Basta
Alam
True
niyo.
Rippers.
Kung hindi nyo lang alam kasi guys, sobrang nabibisi kami at sobrang di na namin alam yung mga nangyayari sa mundo. Pero ang alam natin ay ang True Reapers ay out na dito sa ating tournament. Guangzhou Gaming, they have 4 Chinese players and then one Filipino, si CY. Nakita niyo naman kung gaano siya ka-importante dun sa game na napanood natin and game number 2 that eventually eliminated True Reapers. Pero hindi pa to ang huli para sa side ng Guangzhou Gaming. Actually, mahaba-haba pa ang kanilang kailangan dito lagpasan. Most importantly kasi Vamos or Team Spirit yung kakatapatin nila. And what we know about both Vamos and Team Spirit is malakas tong mga teams ito. So, maghihintay sila sa resulta ng Team Vamos versus Team Spirit, the winners of Group A nung ating day number 1. Mamaya sa ating second half ng series ng ating broadcast, mapapanood natin yan. And whoever loses that series will be facing up against Guangzhou Gaming to determine kung
sino yung magka-qualify.
Going to qualify. That's right. Later on naman, ito na yung naabangan ninyo. Falcons Philippines going up against Vitality. I expect this to be a very long series. Of course, syempre, gusto natin manalo ang mga Pinoy, pero di pa rin natin pwedeng i-underestimate ang Team Vitality or ang Bigatron by Vitality.
Malakas din kasi talaga yung yung Vitality kasi isipin mo, tinalo nila yung Onyx na full stock din ng imports natin, di ba? Alam naman natin kung gaano kalupit si Kelra tsaka Kyrie. Para talunin yun nila Eman, di ba? Na
Tama.
Ibang klase rin talaga yung nila. Ibang klase rin talaga yung pinakita at pinamalas nila dun sa kanilang rehiyon. So, yun nga labanan ng runner-up tsaka champion.
That's right, that's
diba?
right.
Magandang laban. Pili ko, yun ata ang paborito ko pa ang match
so far, no?
Yun, sa lahat ng
so far, I think maganda rin na ito dahil wala na masyado tayong at stake. Exciting din yung Aurora Gaming versus Onyx.
Yes,
which is going to be tomorrow.
Yun yung pangalawa para sa akin so far. Kasi ang ine-expect ko dun sa baba is SRG Liquid
That's right,
Ako, ganun. Or Liquid Onyx. Mga ganun yung ine-expect natin. Kaso, since parang hindi nga ata mangyayari kung ganun man yung maging kung sinong yamado man ang mag-advance.
Yes.
Talaga namang magbabago ang istorya. Pero kabang-abang itong next matchup natin.
Yeah, for sure. And we're just gonna be waiting for our next games to start. Sa ngayon nandun muna at mukhang inaaral pa nila yung mga post-game data. Yan, saktong-sakto with Guangzhou Gaming and TRX. You're looking at game number 2 actually sa ngayon. So that's recall na isa sa mga naging importante din sa labanan with 53,000 damage dealt. At syempre, man of the hour, CY, 100k damage dealt. Saktong-sakto dahil medyo ino-okray natin. Itong,
Pinakitaan tayo no?
Itong, money and mother ba ni Sai yun? Guangzhou Gaming.
May Guangzhou na Sa totoo lang, hindi naman yung player yung inaano natin. Yung hero lang naman pero wala napagana niya pa rin So, siya ata yung siya yung hindi sumabay sa flow.
That's right.
Kasi 'di ba yung ngayon nangyayari ngayon, Claude parang hindi na gumagana, ang hirap paganahin. Pinatunayan ni CY na gana pa rin.
Gana pa rin. And it's more about dun sa gameplay. Pero hindi natin sinasabi na naging madali yun. Even dun sa draft, sinabi natin na pag early game, lugi talaga yung Claude, which we saw.
Nangyari naman.
Dumating tayo sa sobrang tagal na game kung saan item lock ng isang Claude. At kapag level 12 ka na tapos may item lock ka on the Claude, babalik naman siya sa normal. Actually, maganda yung scaling overall ng isang Claude kumpara sa dati. Ang lagi naman question dyan is aabot ba siya? In this scenario, na mukhang luging-lugi na yung Guangzhou Gaming, nakahanap sila ng paraan by blitzing the Lord. Yun yung masasabi kong naging turning point Santi, nung nakapag-blitz
yung
sila ng Lord.
Direkta
nila, biglang nawalan ng pangil yung True Reapers at hindi na sila nakahanap ng opening nila.
Kung tutuusin lang, parang palag-palag din 50-50 yun Anong nangyari? Yung 100% na libreng-libre nila nakuha dahil lang siguro hindi rin nila in-expect na nga na magbi-blitz kasi for sure dapat may tatao sa harap doon.
Tama.
The problem was yung feeling ko role yun nung Uranus din kasi talaga sana na umangat ng umangat.
And eto na tapos na natin ang pinaka nating laban. The next match is going to be Team Vamos versus Team Spirit.
Okay.
Hindi na natin pala abutan yung Team Falcons.
Hindi pala natin
Sad, no?
Nood na lang tayo.
Nood na lang kami mamaya. Supportahan na lang natin ang Team Falcons. But, well, at least we know that Team Vamos versus Team Spirit, that will be the one to define kung sino nga ba ang pupunta doon sa playoffs na or mapupunta dun sa baba kung saan kakatapatan nila ang Guangzhou Gaming. Yan po ang ating series number 1 for today. Abangan nyo ang pagbabalik ng Tagalog broadcast ng EWC at MSC at EWC 2026 with Wolf and Santi after this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We are back dito sa MSC at EWC 2026. Your casters, Wolf and Santi pa rin para sa Tagalog broadcast naman. We saw in our first series today na nanalo ang Guangzhou Gaming, eventually eliminating ang kanilang mga katapat na True Reapers. Unfortunately, nabasag na ang kanilang mga keys. Pero ngayon, hindi muna tayo magbabasagan. It's going to be Team Vamos going up against Team Spirit. These two teams have won their first matches noong day 1 ng ating MSC, and that's the reason why nandito sila sa may upper bracket. And the winner will now be heading into the playoffs.
May dalawang buhay pa kung sino mga kung may matalo dito. Yun nga, hindi pa masisira yung key nila. Meron pa silang isang buhay na masasabi nating a chance na makapasok muli. Pero kung sila ay magdadalawang sunod na talo, talagang laglagan na talaga, di ba? So, magandang matchup to. Medyo nanghihinayan ako. Kala ko Falcons
Oo nga At dun sa tinignan namin unang schedule, Team Falcons yung namin, pero hindi pala.
Hindi pala.
Nevertheless, interesting match pa rin. Team Spirit, si Kid Bomba, isa sa mga paborito at isa sa mga honorary Pinoy dahil sa kanya ipinakita nung M5 World Championships na ginanap din naman dito sa Pilipinas. At tuloy-tuloy naman ang kanyang pamamayagpag sa kanyang region from EECA. In fact, specifically, yan ang Team Spirit. Whereas ito namang Vamos, they're the second placers from Malaysia. And meron pa rin namang mga Pinoy na nandito, particularly si Coach Pacbet. So, ako naman sobrang na-impress ako sa drafting ng Team Vamos nung day 1. And they're actually the first team na nakita natin ng Eudora, although ang hirap sabihin nun kasi baka naman sila lang talaga yung unang naglaro.
Kaya nagkataon lang.
Hindi natin masasabi kung sila talaga yung unang nag-Eudora, but we're seeing how important yung opener na yun para sa Team Vamos.
And para dito sa matchup na to, alam mo na posible tayo makakita ng kakaiba. Parang something new na naman.
Yes. Kasi baka may saber na ulit, katulad na kita, but we'll find out as we head into the stage.
Honestly, this one now, at least we're going to take a break from key crushing. We're going to let our crusher, Gertrude, whatever we want to call it at the end of the day, just to rest for a bit until game number 4. Because 2 and 3 are all about the upper bracket. Whoever wins the next 2 matches is able to advance in the upper bracket and secure a spot in the knockout stage. That would be huge for any team here at MSC 26.
I agree, and as we enter the second match of the day, we are battling for the first knockout stages tickets. To my Malaysians in the venue, it's time to Hala Vamos! Back in M6, their journey got cut short by Team Spirit. And as they meet their former foes once again, can Team Vamos settle the score across the boards and make Malaysians proud by getting that first ticket?
Oh, they're going to have a tough time because their opponents are Team Spirit! The Prodigy Czar showed off his skills on day 1 of groups, clearing Ignite Gaming as planned for and even expected. Today, the opportunity to advance to knockouts arises. Can they seize the moment against a tough opponent?
And you know what, Milosh? I think that in the Land of Dawn, this will be a battle of the junglers. We have Error 404 and Zara Egoist, both the prodigies.
I can't believe it. This is the head-to-head that we've been looking for, and you're only getting this here at the MSC 26 group stage. So please, gentlemen, Team Spirit, please go ahead. My friends, Team Vamos, place your keys. Captains, remember to shake hands let's keep it clean for this one because there's a lot on the line. I know there's a lot of respect, but still, there it is. Respect between both of our teams and our captains. Who can advance to the knockout stage? Our first one is up on the board. We'll send it back to our panel to get us ready.
And that's the lineup. Team Vamos. Sepat. Nakita niyo din si Klokon and then galing si Klokon sa Indonesia and then you have Error 404 na isa sa mga bagong-bago na addition sa Vamos. Where on the other side, nagkaroon din ng change mula sa M7. Nandun pa rin si Sunset Lover, si Sawo as well as Kid Bomba. Mga kilalang kilala naman. Pero dadagdag etong si Zar Egoist. So Hiko was retained. Only Zar Egoist was added into the fray. Tingnan natin kung magiging successful sila because with all due fairness, Santi, ito naman yung isa sa mga unang beses na makikita natin in contention ng Team Spirit. Hindi natin sila masyado nakikita after their M7 run. And now we're gonna see kung paano sila in the international stage.
Yun nga, and kabang-abang dahil makakatapat nila isa din sa mga malulupit na teams dito sa sa MSC. And for this lineup na hawak siya ni Coach Pakbet. Alam naman natin si Coach Pakbet, sobrang tagal na sa eksena niyan.
Yep.
Nag-MSC na rin yan dati. Kung tutuusin lang, may trophy na rin yun sa pangalan.
Mayroon siyang MSC trophy,
diba?
mga kaibigan.
Diba? Sabihin mo man na hindi yan yung lineup niya nun, pero wala eh. May ibig sabihin may ganun na siyang may ganun na siyang gulang na masasabi mo na matagal niya nang ginagawa tong ganitong klaseng tournament.
Yes.
Hindi pa ganito kalaki prize pool nun. Di ba? Mas malaki na ngayon. Mas ganado na yan.
Hindi hamak na mas malaki. Mas ganado nga naman. But a lot of things have changed though. Kasi nung mga dati, nung sa MSC, talagang Pilipinas at Indonesia talaga yung
yan lang. 2 teams lang.
Nun.
Yes.
Dalawang region lang. In a way, yung talagang nagpapalitan. But this time, even itong Team Spirit is not just a basic team, not a pushover. And wag po kayo malito. Hindi po si Womi yan. Yan po si Hiko. At ito si
Coach Pak.
Coach Pak Bates. Ayan. Siyempre. Team Spirit versus Team Vamos. It's going to start with the draft for sure. And I think yun talaga yung bakbakan natin. Tingin ko naman para dito sa Vamos, ang majority of the criticism sa kanila is how they end the games, Santi. Hindi sila ganun kasolido when it comes to ending the games, lalo na pag ahead sila. So I guess that's something that Team Spirit has to that Team Spirit can actually abuse.
Pwede nga na doon na umikot yung laro nila na patagalin lang o pahirapan lang itong Vamos doon sa parts ng game na kung saan medyo dulo na. Pero dito sa draft kasi makikita mo rin yung respeto ng Team Spirit on the funny. Yung Ling mukhang papakawalan na. First pick. Para sa'yo, Hirara o Ling? Kung open yung dalawa.
Okay, so parang Hirara ngayon ako.
Hirara, first pick.
Na-approve ko siya kahapon kasi parang yung iframes sobrang lakas eh. Yung invulnerability frames. Yung lumulubog.
Lumulubog, hindi siya nabibigyan.
Ang laking bagay pag nabis mo.
Ang daming nasasayang no?
Yes.
Na binabato ng kalaban mo.
Yes.
Tapos, medyo parang, ang niya rin, medyo Tempest of Blades din siya no? Kaya lang, kumbaga, hindi ka matatarget.
Pero yung spammable.
Yun nga Yun naman yung yung Tempest of Blades, isa lang. One go lang. So
pwede mo i-call di ba?
Timing is very,
correct me if I'm wrong, Santi, dalawang beses mo pwedeng,
bitawan.
sa T5, dalawang beses mo mabibitawan yung lubog
unlike dun nga sa isa lang na Tempest of Blades.
Malaking bagay nun. So, tingnan natin kung ano yung first pick dito, especially with Marcellus was the Atlas being banned. Benefit ng red side is dalawa yung makakuha nila, so that means that they can get Ghidorah plus Ling or something along the lines.
Wow, inopen yung dalawa.
So, palitan dito. Ano yung first pick ng Vamos? Pwede rin naman na mas priority nila yung iba.
Tapos mamaya na lang. There you
like
go.
Freya. Tapos pipili na lang sila dyan.
Bahala
Kasi
kung ano matira.
either Ling or Hirara gagana naman They will let Vamos decide this one. So, it's going to be Ling para dito sa Vamos.
Hirara na
Ghidorah, maybe... Okay. Yan. I was just about to say the Phobius. So, this is already a good opening para sa Team Vamos. Team Spirit has to get the Hirara now. Tapos, Ang kanilang +1 dito, kadalasan Beleric na dahil just makes total sense against his composition.
So if you're Vamos, you get the the Hirara on the first phase.
Hirara Beleric.
Oo, Hirara Beleric kasi iba ba niyan for sure.
Or Hirara Valen.
Okay, there you go. Hirara Valen.
Oh, Zushin. Okay, so this one I totally did not expect. Pero in a way,
Mahirap sa lingi, no?
hirap sa link pero okay sa Phoveus. Unless, otherwise yung Valentina kasi hindi siya magdidil ng damage ng Phoveus. So, at least ito mayroon
Mas
ka
okay
ng trickle damage. Tapos magre-rely ka na lang din dun sa health ng Freya mo. At then Link versus Zushin, hindi naman totally wala ka na magagawa sa
May takas
Zushin.
ka pa rin naman.
May konting takas ka pa rin, may konting sustain ka pa rin. Hindi ka totally one hit, so you're fine. Team Vamos now. I wonder if they will consider na yung Beleric on their side. With Atlas being banned, sila yung magbabalin.
Okay, so wala pa ring roamers from both sides. Right now, Team Spirit is gonna be banning. Pwede nilang i-open si Beleric kasi sila yung unang magpipick on the second phase. So pwedeng hindi nila targetin yung roam. Parang ang pwede mong targetin right now XP ba? Tatamaan mo ba si XP o i-assume mo na yung Freya dyan na flexi na ano pa?
Oh. Well, yeah, Barats, Yura also considered dito. Tingin ko mas kailangan magban ng Vamos ng Yura. Kasi buhat sa naka-Phoveus na sila, itong Valen gusto niya ng mga magandang ulti na copy. Parang first mo na magpakita or Yuzong yung Team Vamos.
Kesa naman sa consecration lang yung makuha mo.
Exactly. No? And also, Uranus has a good matchup against the Phoveus. So,
dalawa na. Hitting two birds with one stone nga na pag nagban ka ng Yura.
For sure.
Pero sa ngayon, Vamos ang nagbaban. Sino kaya ang tatanggalin? It's gonna be the Moskov. Gold lane, Moskov talaga ngayon ang no?
Palitan ng...
yung Claude, may ano pa ba siya dito? May space pa ba for the Claude here since wala naman si Moskov? Parang...
Personally, ayoko ng Claude pa rin dito. Tingin ko carry. Much
carry.
Better.
Okay.
Bruno. Especially nakalink ka na, tas si Rara naman on the other side. Mas priority pa yung mga Pakito. I think the reason why nag-ban sila dito ng Moskov is ayaw nila ng sobrang daming split dito on the side of Vamos.
Ling and Moskov, yes.
With the Hirara, Zushin, and Freya, gusto nilang constantly yung laban.
There you go.
Yuraban.
Yung sinabi mo kanina.
Sobrang crucial na iba nila yung hero na yun. And Team Vamos actually, pwede sila mag-fourth pick ng Pakito or Carry, yung kanilang gold lane. Kasi yung roam choice nila dito, pwede rin kasi i-rush na nila yung Beleric. Once ma-open yung Beleric, tingin ko, kunin nila fourth pick yan.
Ano pa bang iro-roam dito ng Vamos kung maagaw yung Beleric ng Team Spirit?
Just tapadang yung naisip ko dito
Wala na, no? Wala si Atlas, wala.
Maybe just tabadang actually.
Lamang nga si Team Spirit sa ngayon, Sa ngayon.
Sa balasa.
Unless yun nga, Beleric. So nabasa rin nila, Beleric ban. Sila ba magbabadang para ubos na o may chance pa rin ng mga high loss? May mga ganun pa atang option, may gatot pa. Ano pa bang pwede nilang i-pick dito? Parang naubos yung roam picks, no?
Pwede, unahan nila sa Cho.
Cho?
Kasi si, Zekif okay din mag-Cho Cho or Kajay na feel ko. Pero ganito, dahil naban na yung Beleric, last pick na nila, kumuha na lang sila ng Carry or Pakito dito on the side of Team Spirit. The benefit of going for that is matatagal mo siya dun sa Vamos. So,
okay.
You're more incentivized to do that. Or, again, deny the Cho muna. Kuha mo na sila ng Cho ngayon on their end. Minotaur. Okay.
Nagkaubusan na talaga. So, napunta na sila dun sa medyo same concept sa sa Atlas, same concept sa Mino, AOE crowd control. Same concept din dun sa Beleric na 'di ba, may setup. Tapos may heal pa.
May heal. So, I think you really have to go. Pwede mo kasing i-Freya gold no? Yun pala yung maganda dito.
Flex talaga.
So that means that Yuzhong is actually not that bad of a pick dito para sa Vamos. Otherwise, kuha sila ng isang makunat.
Yes, may
nakaban.
Ay, tinanggal pala si Ace. Sila din palang magtanggal.
So, either Yuzhong or Pakito nakikita ko dito para sa Vamos. And then, yung kanilang roam, I think they will just...
Wow, Melissa.
Okay.
Grabe, high loss. Yan,
so, maganda yung high loss kung Melissa yung pipili nila. And the reason why the Melissa is picked up, maganda rin siya pang in a way counter dito sa Ling.
Sa Ling, hindi siya basta-basta matatalunan, di ba?
At nagpapapos sila dito.
Yung go away, no?
Ay, hindi pala.
umapir.
Apir pala yun.
Umapir. Umapir na. Nakapag-decide na sila ng
Pag-decide
last pick nila. Ayan na.
Claude.
Okay. Claude versus Melissa. Si Claude, pag umulti ka naman, tatagos naman yung bala doon. Ang problema lang, hindi ka talaga makakadikit. And pag nasa gitna si Melissa nung team fight, mafo-force na mag-disperse kayo eh. In a way.
The reason why they pick up the Claude is na-confirm nila na hindi Freya Gold. Kaya nila last pick nila dito. At judging dun sa kanilang last pick, dun sa non-verbal cues nila, masaya sila na Claude yung pipiliin.
Parang okay, eto na yun. Parang
all things considered, ayoko talaga ng Claude, pero kung babasihan natin yung nagiging mindset dito ng Team Spirit, especially with their yung aura ba nila, yung vibe nila, mukhang okay naman sila dito. So expect na lang natin na alam nila yung gagawin nila.
also complements the Mino pick, no? Ang ganda kasi ng combo niyan. Parang classic combo na yung Mino Claude eh. Pag umano ka na, sumet up ka na, saktong-sakto na dyan yung Blazing Duet. Let's see kung mag-work yung lineup ng Team Spirit para naman sa Vamos sa ngayon. Okay din eh. May mga bago ding nilalabas si Coach Pacquiao eh, no?
Niisip ko kung kaya ba ng may malefic gun na Claude yung range nung ano eh.
Kung aabutin.
Abot naman ata, no?
Alam ko aabutan niya kung may malefic gun. Yung basic attack. Pero kasi parang, ang ano ko na lang dyan, kunwari ako, Claude, katapat ko si Melissa.
Hintayin mo na lang, no?
Science ko talaga dyan, yung baga patience, walang manggigigil. Hindi ka pwedeng mauna na bibitaw ka kasi.
That's true. And
timing.
laning stage daw, lamang pa rin Meli.
Melissa talaga, wala. Kakawawaing tsakadal niyan.
Tsakadal eh.
Tsakadal ka talaga niyan. So, pag ganyang mga match-up, hingi ka talaga tulong sa tropa mo. Tropa, padalaw dito, napiprisan ako. Pero surprisingly, based sa movement nila dun sa, sa minimap natin, nakakaangat-angat si Claude. So, hindi siya gaanong napapunish on the early game. Pero sa ngayon, Sunset Lover mapipilit ang gumamit ng flicker upang makatakas lang sa sticky situation na yon. No, Vamos is gonna be getting a slight lead in terms of gold. So, sa ngayon, Turtle talaga ang ating magiging labanan.
Napapansin ko dito, iba yung timpla dito ni Cloco. Ang lupit niyang tapa niya. Dito ang solid damang freeze. Mag-isa, hinahawakan niya tong Valen. And I guess kasi nakalimutan na natin yung matchup ng Valen at Zushin. Talagang Zushin-sided yan.
Sobrang labang.
Kaya naman, itong Vamos, bukod sa may bago silang pinapakita with the Miss Melissa, mayroon din konting throwback.
Wow. Sobrang ganda dito ng pressure na ibinibigay nila kay Kid Bomba. And with this, kalahati buhay, si Sepat din naman ay mabibigyan ng bahagya. Pero mukhang kaya ata nilang bigyan to kung tatlo silang bubuhos. Pero because na nandyan na nga yung Ling, maaari silang mag-alangan. At mukhang si Sepat pa, first blood, dun sila nagkamali. Pero may buwat din naman na gagawin dito. Si Cloco na tuloy-tuloy pa rin. May ipit na nga rin dito si Sawo. At mukhang siyang sasalo ng mga binibitawan ng Vamos, and they are gonna be getting 2 kills kapalit lamang ng isa. So this will give them the advantage on the upcoming turtle take.
At nagpuwersa rin sila ng retribution dito sa Ling. No? There's really no chance. In fact, pwede nilang guluhin yung purple, pero nabatere rin naman. Members to ng Team Spirit. At yung kill doon kay Kid Bomba, sobrang impactful nito sa mga teamfights natin.
Wow, Glorious Pathway laban sa Glorious Pathway para lang makatakas doon. Pero yung pagong na take na yon for Vamos, sobrang masasabi natin na secured na sila dito sa early game eh. If wala silang gagawin na masyadong flashy, kaya nilang ituloy-tuloy yung ganitong klase ng lead na magsistay lang dyan, na magiging stagnant. Pero let's see kung gagawa ng Play C Team Spirit na pasok talaga ng forced.
Unfortunately, that was a bad clash for Team Spirit. Bad first turtle. May 1,000 gold dito ang Vamos. Fortunately naman para sa kanila, masaya naman si Zorigo is 0-0 and 1. Able to farm for himself. May flying clouds din para tumulong dito yung Valentina. Siyempre, the longer the game goes, this actually favors the Ling. Makita natin kung matindi ba mag-Ling itong si Zao Egoist.
So far naman, parang kaya eh. Wala pa naman tayo nakikita talaga na team fight na kung saan nakakita tayo ng major na mistake coming in from Zorigoist. So, kaya pa naman ata. Kaya pa naman. Kailangan lang talaga nilang lumibel dito pagdating doon sa pwestuhan. And the moment na sumali na nga dito sa istorya yung dalawang gold laners natin, magbabago na magiging takbo. So sa ngayon, Maganda yung lead ng Vamos. They're very patient doon sa ginagawa nila. Alam din nila, Wolf, yung ano, no? Pansin ko lang, alam nila yung limit ng hero nila, no? Sa ngayon, no, tingnan natin, grabe sila pressure, pero not to the point na nabibigyan sila, na nag-overextend sila. Katulad yan, pwede naman nilang ipilit si Sao pero hindi nila ginagawa.
And ang pipilit nila dito si Zar Egoist.
Kuha pa rin purple.
Kuha ba nila?
Kuha pa rin kuha pa rin. Sorry, guys.
But that's a retribution daw na ginamit dito ng ating link.
Delay the turtle talaga.
Kaso may gumamit din pala si Error 404. So,
Antaya.
Antaya dito. Clocon, naging important yung kanyang pagsama dun sa teamfight dun sa my bottom lane. And that also means na mayaman na tong Zushin na to for sure. You can expect that this Zushin will have great impact. Blitz Turtle mula dito sa Vamos. Hindi pa nag-retry ng mga time na yun at alam din nilang mas mabilis nga naman itong Hirara sa pag-farm in the early stages.
Hindi na nakabuhat itong si Clocon kay Sao, no? So nakatakas pa with the help of the flicker, pero andito na nga yung follow-up dito ni Zar Egoist, pero hindi sila totodo ng sabayan dahil nga din doon sa kunat na meron. So si Zikif, nahihirapan yung team spirit pagdating sa sabayan. Ano bang solusyon pag ganito, Wolf? Parang ano bang opening ng team spirit para sa Vamos?
Minotaur ult na may flicker is number 1. Tapos yung Phoebus pag naka 2 items, tingin ko magiging threat na rin siya. And we know Kid Bomba, clutch naman tong player na to.
Conceal.
And ito na yung conceal player.
Kung force sila dito, Glorious Pathway bibitawan. Andiyan na nga yung pressure. Mukhang si Hiko ang magiging target nila. Akala natin si Sao, no? Kasi parang yun yung hinahabol. Pero dahil doon sa ginawang pag-atras ni Sao, mukhang nadali pa nga itong si Hiko. And laking problema nun para sa team spirit.
Yeah, Retribution, Glorious Pathway, parang yung Purify masyado maaga din. Tiniming din nila kasi yung BMI. Nawalang BMI si Hiko doon. So, creating more problems for this Claude pick para sa team spirit. Vamos, ang ganda nung play na ginawa nila yun kasi ang dami nila ma-achieve. Makapag-push sila dito sa may top lane, makapag-prep sila for the next turtle, maybe clear the mid along the way. At nakakuha pa sila ng kill on top of it on the gold laner of team spirit. So, lahat ng moves na yun, lahat ng resulta na yun, ang ganda. At makapag-split pa nga dito kasi nag-overreact yung team spirit sa top. Hindi mo makapag-cut pa yung Freya.
So, possible na mabasag to kung walang magre-react. Ganun nga ata mangyari kasi pipilit na nga yung Vamos on the mid lane. Glorious Pathway, IMU. Inilatag na nga ng mga members dito. Si Hiko dito pa free lang pero ando na nga yung tali. Tuluyan silang mapapa-atras dahil sa kate na meron dito si Natko. Doon tayo magugulat, Wolf Lumalamang si Vamos even though na hindi pa natin nararamdaman yung presensya ng Melissa ni Natko.
Yeah.
Diba? So, ibig sabihin, gumagana na kahit wala pa yung gold laner. Paano pa pag nandun na siya?
And we are seeing the overall effects of this macro. Napag-push sa bottom pa, pati yung gitna mo, pero sa'yo na ngayon ng Vamos.
Zikif, tinatangkilan lahat ng damage. Grabe yung tali ng mga tsakadal dito. Kaso nga lang masyado atang napasobra dito. Out of position si Clocon. And a very beautiful push coming in from Hiko.
Ganda rin nung pagkakatansya niya doon na mapupush na ng mga creeps para hindi na minions. I mean,
Maka-out na siya.
out na siya. Kasi sobrang crucial na hindi na mamatay ngayon si Hiko. In 7 minutes up until 12 minutes, kailangan mag-farm siya. So, 4 na minuto niyang iilagan tong Vamos ngayon.
Maganda ang ipinapakita ng Vamos kanina sa early game pero at least sa ngayon yung team spirit nakakabawi-bawi na pero ngayon ay mapapa-atras na sila dahil din doon sa ginawa na initiation ng Vamos and may maiikit ka na isa and that is gonna be Kid Bomba. He's gonna be taken down by Vamos. Nagsanib puwersa lahat ng mga members dito and pag ganun yung nangyayari makikita mo rin yung team spirit na hindi sila sumasabay. Alam nilang lugi sila doon.
Ang commendable dito sa Vamos, hindi sila titipid, no? Gamit ng ulti, dalawa. Instantly binuhos nila. Even the Revitalize being used there.
Yes.
Nilatag kay Glorious Pathway, nag-Zushin ultimate agad para talaga mahawakan nila doon si Phoebus. And they also know na wala pang flicker na mga time na yun.
Tingnan natin kung gagana nga ba yung initiation na to. Hindi ata masyadong na-utilize yung setup ni Sao doon dahil agad na nakatakas and this is gonna be the counter play coming in from Vamos under the turret. Talagang pipilit sila. May mapapunish nga ba? Mabibigyan si Kid Bomba pero ganun din naman. Si Sepat din naman ay mabibigyan. Si Hiko naman dito nagdidila ng damage kaso nga lang nandun din naman yung sustain coming in from the members of Vamos pero si Error 404 ay namaalam sa pagkakataong ito. Nakabasag sila ng tore pero dalawa yung naging kapalit para doon sa isa pang kill. Worth it ba yun, Wolf?
Scrappy fight tingin ko kasi Tori pa rin yun sa mid. sulit. However, the Lord is coming up. So,
Yun lang.
magiging lugi lang to para sa Vamos kung
Nag-blitz.
sakaling na-blitz to ng Team Spirit at nag-set up na nga sila dito. Finance clear yung
Kaya.
top. Nandito si Hiko sa may Lord. Definitely a winnable fight. Lalo na nag-respond na sa Kid Bomba and Flying Clouds allows them to take this.
Lord's pathway gagamitin to just trying to zone out yung Lord kailangan lang
Oh
makuha and that
my
is
God.
gonna be Ziki securing the Lord. Akala natin lamang na yung Team Spirit at bukas sila pa yung may ipit. Kid Bomba trying to survive pero hindi sila makakatakas. Mukhang lahat na mga pwedeng makuha ng Vamos nakukuha nila. Parang butas ng karayong wolf yung nilusutan ng Vamos doon.
At nakakuha pa si Error 404 ng purple buff sa harap ng tatlong members.
Wow.
How about that play? Criss-cross nilaban ng Team Vamos. At saktong-sakto meron pang Ring of Order doon. That might have been the reason why nakuha nila yung Lord afterwards. And syempre, ang main reason doon is hindi na retry ng tama. Kahit sino man mapapatayo dito. Except syempre si Coach Don
Silin na.
Pacbet.
Silin na si Don Pacbet.
Don Pacbet.
Alam niya, he knows.
Mayor.
Alam niya.
Grabe si Mayor, no?
Ganyan talaga pag MSC champ na eh.
Oo. Chilling like a villain na lang eh.
Nagawa ko na to dati. Gagawin ko lang din ulit.
Ulitin ko lang. Coach
Ulitin
Tino
niya
na.
Napakaganda nung ginagawa ng Vamos siguro masasabi natin na grabe rin yung lakas ng loob na meron sila no
Yes.
para sumabay doon.
Yeah. Alam nila na may advantage sila na force nila yung retry. Kahit paano mangyari, nakakuha pa rin sila ng -1 and
Naku po.
could be more Kid Bomba. Natin nag-spot na ako po. Kid Bomba, wala na naman siyang flicker nun.
Binomba si Kid Bomba doon nung nakalabas na siya doon sa mismong base nila and wala nang balikan because the flicker is on cooldown. Mababasagan sila ng Torres sa may bandang itaas. That is a very beautiful play coming from Vamos. Na-utilize nila yung advantage nila and mukhang pipilit pa sila sa middle.
Yeah. Try nila mag-push din. Alam nila kasi mayroon silang mid-game advantage. Mahina pa yung Claude. So, may -1 din sila. So,
Aray.
all they have to do is just force some reactions mula sa Team Spirit. Fortunately, Team Spirit hindi sila OA. Hindi sila nag-dive or anything. They just defended and because of that, they will still be in the game. Pero 5,400 ahead na, vamos.
Medyo mahirap lang dahil yung inhibitor turret nilang nabasag. So may isang lane na medyo kailangan nilang bantayan. Lalo na yung next Lord pa nasa opposite side. So kailangan talagang tumao ni Zorigoist dito. I-clear niya. Hindi pwedeng mapabayaan. And isa lang na napansin ko pa Wolf sa drop wala palang magandang ultimate na mananakaw si
Balen, no?
Si Balen. Kasi kanina ko pa nakikita puro glorious pathway siya eh. Pag tiningnan mo nga naman yung lineup, yun na nga lang naman
Yun na
talaga
lang.
yung pwede mong kunin.
Yeah. May argument that can be made sa ulti ng Zushin pero sa mga ganitong moments hindi. Glorious pathway lang
Glorious
talaga.
pathway, Kasi yung ulti ng Zushin, more on takas mo yun eh.
Takas.
Takas mo yun eh. Hindi mo kailangan tumakas, kailangan mong umambag
Dito.
dun sa team fight eh. So, crucial yung slow,
Yes,
yung
Hiko.
harang, di ba? Wala eh. Ang hirap ng sitwasyon. Ano bang kailangan gawin ng team spirit if gusto nilang bumawi dito?
Waiting game talaga. There's no other way. They last pick this Claude with the Ling. Ang daming beses nag-fail nito sa MWI, sa wildcard, sa MSC first few days. And nararamdaman natin na mahina talaga yung gatong comp.
Nako, blitz talaga. Sumubok pa si Zarigoist. At si Kid Bomba ata wala nang kawala dito. Wala din siyang flicker.
Lagkit to.
Hindi rin ata susuporta lahat ng teammates niya. So tanggap na ng team spirit na talaga mabibigyan si Kid Bomba. Even the purple buff is of Zar Egoist. Hindi pa lalampasin ng Vamos.
Sobrang lagkit
Nako po.
ng Vamos.
Ang hirap no? Ang hirap dumepensa sa ganito. Wolf, kaya
Yeah.
pa ba?
With the Claude maybe. There is a way. There's
Aray!
always a cute kaso. Ginanon lang sila, man.
Grabe galawan dito niya, no? Ni Error 404. At talagang pipilit na sila. That is gonna be a beautiful setup coming from Sawo. Kaso nga lang wala yung damage siya kanilang inaasahan na talaga namang makakuha pa ng kill yung Vamos dito. At plano na lang tapusin. Pero si Hiko with a blazing duet trying to defend. Gusto nilang patagalin pa yung laban at mukhang kakayanin pa naman nilang i-extend. Dalawa na lang matitir dito sa biban ng gitna. Pero napakasakit na naman talaga ni Natko. Tuloy ang pagtalon dito. That is gonna be the win of nature. Kaso nga lang sa ngayon, tatalo na lang sila ng Kid Bomba. Kaso nga lang hindi maging sapat para siya mag-survive. Hiko is the only man alive. Dalawa pa magpo-push coming from the side of Team Vamos. And enough yung mga minions para tapusin yung unang laban.
And what a dominant victory coming out from Team Vamos, especially that last clash. Ang daming beses nila pinwersa yung mga resources coming out from Team Vamos. What a great heads-up play coming out from Error 404, ang jungler ng Team Vamos. That Hirara play going in, tatlo tinamaan agad, sabay lubog para hindi siya tamaan at may kaagapay agad. Ito yung commendable sa Team Vamos, laging may kasabay. So in that scenario, the Melissa with the models at ang AOE yung damage, nung nag-focus ang Vamos, the Team Spirit sa pag-takedown ng Hirara, sila pa yung napasama afterwards. And this is just such a strong performance mula sa Team Vamos all throughout the game. Hindi lang yun yung time na sobrang coordinated nila, pati yung paggamit nila dito kay Zekif, Glorious Pathway immediately into Clockon Ultimate, the Crimson Beacon. Madaming beses natin nakita yung pag-ikot ng duo mid na to na maganda ang naging resulta para sa Vamos.
Sobrang naging effective talaga yung ano nila, no? Yung targeting, yung timing. Parang gumagalaw as one wolf yung Vamos, no? Kung mapapansin natin dun sa mga team fight. Yes, nakikita natin na pumapalag, sumasabay itong Team Spirit, pero laging bitin eh. Laging may kulang. Kaya ang nangyayari na lang talagang nagsastruggle sila hanggang sa umabot na nga na tinapos na at pinwersa na ng team Vamos na tapusin yung laban. Kasi alam nila na pag tumagal pa, baka madali pa sila nung Claude ni Hiko eh. And nararamdaman na siya dito nga dun sa last defense kaya na-extend to dahil din sa depensa niya. Pero it is what it is. Sobrang ganda rin nung naging performance ni Natco with a 306 KDA. Doon natin masasabi na alam ni Coach Macbeth kung paano niya babalasahin yung mga heroes na inihanda nila para sa laban na to.
Wonderful game number 1 para sa Team Vamos. Very dominant at sobrang handa nila with this last pick, Melissa. Punishing yung last na pick din dito na Claude. Unfortunately, Link plus Claude, hindi pa rin nananalo Santi. And I don't see it winning anytime soon. Tingin ko, lugi talaga sa ganong klaseng composition. Napakahirap talaga niya i-pull off. Ramdam niyo naman. Tingin ko naman, enough na yon para ma-prove sa inyo na hindi talaga nag-work. Even Team Spirit could not make it work. We'll see later on though kung magbabago ba ang Team Spirit, kung may adjustment ba sila as we head on to a break. Huwag kayong mangalis, magbabalik ang MSC at EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
And we are back in action para dito sa MSC at EWC 2026. Game number 2 ng Team Vamos going up against Team Spirit. That's Malaysia going up against EECA. Kami pa rin ang inyong makakasama, Wolf and Santi, bringing you the action for this series na unfortunately para sa Team Spirit hindi nila nakuha yung game number 1. Team Vamos were so dominant. Commendable drafting mula kay Coach Pacbet at saka playstyle din ng kanyang mga teammates. Solidong galawan mula sa Vamos. Kaya naman sila nanalo ng game 1.
Hindi na natin makikita no, na sobrang naging malinis nga yung pag-execute ng Vamos dun sa draft na meron sila. The Melissa pick was really effective to the point na naging sakit sa ulo na siya nung bandang mid to late game. And masayaw pa sila Mirko. Na umabot na sa point na hindi na nga talaga siya mahawakan. Wala nang way para siya mabigyan. And I think that was the main problem kung bakit talaga hindi nag-work. And also si Kid Bomba nabibigyan kasi ng paulit-ulit di ba?
Ganda rin kasi nung pag-focus sila dun sa bottom lane. Game, ano pa lang, no, minute 1, yung unang, hindi naman minute 1. Pero bago yung turtle fight, dinalaw nila sa bot. Tapos, syempre, si Sepat nag-overextend din Lumalim ng sobra, kaya may -1. Pero, kung isipin, na bigyan agad nila dun si Kid Bomba, first blood, tapos, dire-diretso sila afterwards. At wala talaga, yung Claude talaga.
Kailangan
Sorry. Kailangan talaga
Kailangan talaga maghanap ka na ng ibang option. Si Moscow right now, malakas Sa totoo lang, sobrang nahihirapan ng mga teams pag may Moscow kasi may alalahanin ka sa opposite side of the map. Merong damage, nag-survive siya sa mga team fights. You have the damage na hinahanap-hanap mo para sa isang marksman. And may mga times na tumatalo pa nga siya ng mga fighter na katapat niya, 'di ba? Sa laning. So, katulad ng napanood natin kanina for for the first series. So, tingnan natin kung may magkuklod pa rin ba dito sa second game. Anong araw kaya sa MSC natin makikita na talagang hindi na siya ipipick? Doon ako napapaisip. Kailan kaya marirealize ng teams na hindi na gana yan, tol?
Sa kasi siguro ang iniisip ng mga teams, napapagana nila dun sa mga scrims nila.
Siguro, no? Pero sa'yo talaga, kumbaga,
kita naman parang rewarding siya pag nagawa mo, pero pag hindi yun kasi yun. Ang difference ng observations natin, ramdam mong hirap siya
Yes.
Ayun sila kasi, nagagawa nila ng paraan. Ayun naman yun laging yung perfect yung isipin mo. So ano to?
Both Team Spirit and Aurora Bootcamp in Malaysia. Yan nga yung sinasabi mo, Wolf, di ba, na nag-bootcamp sila doon. Kaya malakas din talaga kasi nakakapagbatak sila ng nung mga scrim at RG na
Tama.
Yun
Atlas.
nga, eto nga nagpa-fighter gold laners. Si Hiko kanina, nag-Claude
Claude,
Oo. So, mas okay ba na mag-fighter na lang muna siya?
Tingnan natin, baka di siya marunong. Pero yes, feeling ko, pag magliling sila.
Okay.
So ito yung Atlas. Yan naman, we did expect that this will be the first pick.
Hirara is still open Hirara Ling, bigayan ulit.
Tingin ko, Hirara plus Valen or Hirara plus
Hirara
Sushin.
Yung Valen maganda, agaw agad si Atlas. Hirara, mas nag-work din sa side nila.
Hirara Sushin or Hirara Pakito? Ang nakikita
nakaban
dito.
si Pakito.
Nakaban,
Hirara,
ayan.
feel ko Valen
Valen, okay. Hirara Valen. Sa Atlas din, no?
Dito, dalawa.
Ling.
Alam naman na yung Ling, yung bigayan.
Tingin ko Lilia to. Sushin.
Sushi.
Okay, tingnan natin kung... sinabi ko kanina, good matchup to. Beleric, instantly answered.
Matik na. Atlas Bele talaga.
Actually guys, mas magulat kayo pag hindi tina-third pick yung Beleric pag na-first pick yung Atlas.
Yung Atlas,
Yun yung mas nakagulat na factor.
May ipit talaga yung team na hindi magbe-Bele third pick. Sobrang, yun na, mapapamino ka na lang.
Yes.
Pero ako since nga assassin meta, alam naman natin pag assassin meta si Diggy kasi, di ba, talagang makakawawa dyan
Oo.
Pero kung naka-util kalaban tapos naka-atlas sila, aasa sila sa gold lane marksman, viable pa ba si Diggy sa ngayon kung iisipin mo? Kung sa paningin mo, Wolf, parang hindi na siya worth it just to cancel out na crowd control. Tingin mo hindi naman worth it.
Wala talaga kasi
wala siyang
Parang free food siya sa mga assassin.
Pero pag util, Hindi rin talaga.
May mga stronger option eh. Kasi nakikita ko naman yung mga teams di naman worried about dun sa
Sa crowd
stun.
control.
More
yung,
like
yung kasunod.
kasunod yung after
Okay.
yung damage eh. Yun yung pwede nila i-prevent. Nagagawa naman ng paraan. So Melissa being banned, this will give Team Vamos ang alam mo yung scary dito, pwede fourth pick yung Moscow eh. Dito sa, so kailangan iban yata siya ng Team Spirit.
May last ban pa naman sila. Yes. Moscow Paquito is out. So ano pa bang gold lane option mo kung magfa-fighter
Freya
ka?
din eh.
Ano pa bang gold lane option mo? Kung siguro kung magdo-double fighter ka, you go for the Uranus, fourth pick. Mag-Eura ba sila dito?
By chance.
Di ba? Ruby.
Oh,
wow.
Anong Ruby? Yes.
Yung ban na
Akong
Moscow. Ban Moscow. Fourth
pero
pick ngayon.
nararamdaman ko yung yung Vamos mas sila, makunat na fourth pick. Kasi parang di
Last
yata
pick gold.
yung gold nila parang pang-flex, talaga pang adjust.
Si Natko, no? Hindi na siya yung nag-Melissa eh. So,
naban ni Melissa daw.
alam mo na marami siyang options na para magdala ka ng Melissa dyan, di ba?
Harit at Ruby. Pero basing on their bans, parang mas concerned sila sa gold eh. So tingnan natin. Although, it's either Uranus, yung kanilang fourth pick, o kaya yung ang hero na malakas sa gold.
Moscow talaga ata kung ay, nako po, inopen si. So, Yura o Moscow, no?
Or Moscow.
Yura Moscow.
Thinking here. Mayroon ting option ng Granger. Nakita natin yung Onyx na nag-Granger kahapon. At naging successful naman sila in doing so.
They also have the damage coming in from Hirara naman. May alalay naman eh, di ba? So, parang kaya naman. Okay. Moscow talaga. Moscow talaga. Are you gonna go for the Yura here if you're Team Spirit? Feel ko kasi pag nag-Yura si Vamos, tapos na eh. Pag nag-Yura sa last pick.
Pag last pick.
No? Tapos na, no? Regardless if ano man yung last two picks ng team.
Yeah.
Ay,
Oh,
nako
no.
po. Oh my God. Yura.
Pero pag dapat Yura man lang to. Or
Yura.
Alice. Alice yung worst.
Kung mag-Yura ka dito, palag-balag.
Pwede pa.
Ayan.
Okay, check pa.
Dito baka mag-Esme sila, mag-Alice, di ba? Parang
Okay. Pwede silang mag-Yuzong. O kaya, ano pa bang makunat sa
wala na si
XP?
Pobius eh. So,
Wala nang Barats eh. Terisla siguro.
Esme pa ba sila? Okay, talagang pinag-iisipan lang na maigi.
Esme ba maganda? Kaso may Claude.
Wala yung Claude eh. Pero kung iisipin mo, kailangan mo lang naman kasi ng tatao
Hilda.
dun sa Yura eh.
Hilda. Could be.
Hilda. Para lang sa hirap din sa Claude. May pang ka pa sa Ling. Tama. Pero pinag-iisipan ng maigi ng Vamos.
Hilda or Terisla siguro. Ano feel ko dito. Tapos kung gusto nila aggressive Yuzong, although unlikely,
Risky.
Risky Papi. X-Borg? Actually.
X-Borg. Sa bagay.
Cookin?
Esme
pa
talaga.
rin.
Esme. Ano lang eh. Ang naisip ko rin kasi Wolf, kaya sila mag-Esme. Ano lang. Tao-tao lang. Alam mo yon, mayura sila, Esme tayo. Bababad sila, bababad din tayo. Tapos, bahala na magtrabaho yung Moscow natin sa opposite side. May Hirara tayo and also may setup sila from Beleric Balin. So,
Ito ata yung game na masabi ko maganda yung Claude para sa Vamos. So tingnan natin sa execution na to, Santi, especially with the Uranus. Esmeralda, maganda talaga yung na-point out mo, Santi. Ang worry ko lang doon is, aabot ba siya doon sa kunat?
yun nga eh. Kasi yung Claude kaya siyang...
Kaya talaga.
kaya siya.
Lahat ng to, yung Ling, may damage sa kanya. Tapos,
Kaya siyang bigyan.
ayaw ni Esme na may Zushin. Parang 50-50 lang yun. Pero,
Tapos may Claude pa. So magpapatong-patong na naman yung damage. Kaya
Kaso
siyang
ano to,
bigyan.
execution to. Maganda yung Claude for sure. Pero yung overall composition kasi naman ng Team Vamos dito, solid. Hirara, tapos may Valenbele na may Moscow pang late game. Solid din naman talaga kung isipin. Pero nasa execution na lang din to ng dalawang team sa atin.
Make sense para dun sa Claude pick, pero ako rin nang medyo natatakot para sa kanya since nakabeli nga yung kalaban.
Hanggang ngayon, ayoko pa rin ng link Claude, mga kaibigan. Gusto ko lang sabihin.
Kahit sa sa tinagal-tagal nung naging nandyan na sa laro si Beleric, alam mo na pag Claude Beleric ang kina-counter di ba? So, parang willing ata ang Team Spirit na tapatan yon basta may mapunish silang ibang Tama naman sa larong MLBB naman mga kaibigan hindi naman natin maka-counter lahat. Lagi namang may bigayan. So nasa sa inyo na lang talaga kung ano ba yung mas matimbang.
Yes. This is tricky. Very, very tricky.
Ayan na.
Go na nga dito yung top lane.
Laging ganun ikot nila, no? Pansin mo lang.
Like bomba,
ang
no?
Vamos, laging ikot nila. XP. And effective.
Sobrang effective. First net yan, tapos
Ganun ulit.
Purify first. Dun sa ating Yura. Lalamang yung Esme ng sobra dito sa Ura. Nakakuha pa ng plates.
Naku po.
Talagang masaya buhay.
Yung rason pa naman ng team spirit na kumbaga masasabi
Uy,
natin.
good play to,
okay, eto naman ang magandang bawi.
Yun also,
yan
ganda.
ang mas maganda.
Tapos may cart pa, aray mo.
Sarap. Na-miss ni Natko yun.
Tapos may plato. Oh my
ubos. Isa pa, ubos talaga.
Poldo.
Ubos, pati pantubos, idol.
Gagi, ang hirap nito pag ikaw ay isang Moscow.
Oo, sobrang nito. Sobrang tindi ng ginawa dito ng Team Spirit para bumawi doon sa pagkamatay ni Kit Bomba on the top side. Turtle's gonna be open. Mukhang ibibigay na rin ata nila yung turtle. Yun naman yung magiging kapalit.
Trade-off.
Pero, so masasabi nating pantay, may turtle ka na patay nyo XP, pero namatay yung gold lane nyo.
Mas ako dito. Mas TS-sided ako dun sa exchange na nangyari.
Okay.
Kasi
gold lane
gold
is gold lane.
Parang yun Tapos na.
Dalawa yung naghati sa plato,
Tingnan
no?
mo si Hikol almost level 4 na. Pupunta pa sa mid, magda-double lane.
So masasabi na parang naghating kapatid si Zoriguis tsaka si Hiko dun sa gold energy. Yung plate,
Sulit yun.
hating kapatid.
Uy.
Ben. Pero grabe pala yung lamang ni Natko sa...
Hindi, may dalawang card pa
may dalawang hindi niya pa nakiklear.
Hindi niya pa i-clear. So,
Okay.
lalamang yan.
Kaso si Sunset Lover ngayon, medyo nahirapan. Grabe aggression ng Vamos kahit na sila, no? Nalugi sila dun sa turtle. Hindi nila ramdam.
Yan naman ang kanilang kailangan gawin. Ito.
Naku po.
So kung yung gold ay masaya, ito naman yung papahirapan nila.
Aray
Si
ko.
Ling.
Si Sarigo, naku po.
Aray, di
Ayan.
na umabot.
Aray ko.
Ang sakit yan, sir.
Aray ko. Ling na walang purple buff? Diba? Para kang chef na walang kawali. Paano ka magluluto, boss?
Ang hirap talaga niyan. Mukhang si Hiko na ang aasahan dito ng Team Spirit. And of course, ang ganda kasi nung start para sa kanya. So you can expect na mas mabilis naman yung impact nitong Cloud natin over Vamos. But the fact na sobrang aggressive ng mid duo ng Vamos tapos itong Hirara sobrang saya din, changes the narrative na pagdating dito sa may second turtle natin, Ling will not be able to fight kasi wala siyang purple buff.
Siya? Tamang muna. Farm
Deadly
lang muna. Deadly magic siya. Tapos, kung may opposite side na walang tao, pwede niya i-clear. Pero, ganda ng ginagawa ng Vamos. As of this moment, Sunset Lover, mako-force gamitin ang kanyang ultimate. So, bawas agad ang isa sa mga resources ng Team Spirit sa upcoming turtle fight. Wala nga din yung purple buff ni Zariguist. So, it's safe to say, even the Blazing Duet is burned. Wala, libreng-libre ata to Wolf.
Oo.
Pag kumuntis ka ba dyan, parang wala
Mali
na eh.
mali
Parang
na.
babarilin mo na yung sarili mo sa paan yan. Pero, ayun boss, wag ka... Tingnan natin kung mag-payoff. Pero, para sa akin, wala na, bigay na yan. Grabe.
They even get the kill. Hiko joins the
Aray
fight.
ko, ganda ng
Bele.
setup na. Wala pang flicker yun. Pumliker. Delay lang yung
Delay lang yung ating-
Sabi ko parang, pumliker siya dun. Ganda ng
What a play. Alam mo yung sobrang sulit na. Lalo pa sila makakuha. Nasama pa sa promo. Itong si Clocon at as well as your egoist.
Sabi
Nasama
ba
sa
one take
promo.
one, tapos may may pasikreto pa. Parang
Alam mo yung pag bumili ka ng Mentos, tas dalawa yung laman.
Dalawa, magkadikit. Kambal.
Yung talaga.
Ganun.
Sulit.
Mismo.
Ganun na ganun yung nangyari doon, sir.
Parang Parang saktong-sakto yung naging decision nila dito. Yung setup
Grabe. There's already a -1. Nasama pa yung super important na Ling. Fortunately para sa Team Spirit, buhay doon yung Claude. Pero hindi pa rin kasi napupuruhan itong kanilang Ling. At pwede na naman siyang nakawan ng purple niya kung sakaling masamain to ng Team Vamos.
Posible nga talagang pumwersa sila after securing the purple buff
Wala
of
ka, ba't
Hirara.
kasabot?
Kita siya. Wala, tatawid na ata. Pwede nga Hiko
tatawid
plus
or
purple
Claude?
buff. Hiko plus purple buff, pwede lang ipilit.
And or. Yan
Ayan.
natin.
Okay, makabuff si Zariguist. Uy, may setup.
Yun naman pala yun.
Nagawa sila ng play. Ito na nga ata yung counter na gagawin ni Ziki pero si Clocon napipilitang umatras. May SOD nga lang so magbabago na ang takbo ng istorya at talagang magtutuloy-tuloy na ang Vamos dito sa paghahabol ng mga miyembro and that is gonna be 2 members being taken down from the side. of Team Vamos at hindi pa tapos si Error 404 sa paghabol ng mga pwedeng habulin and Zor Egoist. Naghahanap na lang talaga siya ng mga opening wolf kasi wala na siyang magawa bilang sagot doon sa ginagawang aggression ng Vamos.
Wonderful idea mula sa Team Spirit. Good head sa play kasi alam nga nila na ito yung opening na pwede nilang gawin pero yung kunat ni Clocon, Kinopi Atlas but the game changer. Siyempre, Natko hitting that SOD. Nakakuha ng 2 kills kasama siya doon at bawing-bawi na ang Moscow. At hindi pa rin talaga tatayo si Don Pakbit.
Hindi talaga. Kasi nakatayo na raw siya pag nagda-drop eh.
Tama na.
Nakapagod. Pahinga muna pag nanonood.
Uy, grabe namang pang-oppress to.
May hirap si Zariguis, 3-3 force. Nabigyan pa. Naku po, wala na ata. Steam fight na lang talaga sila babawin. That is gonna be another SOD connecting. So tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang Vamos dito. Team Spirit.
Oh my God. At gusto pa niya. Gusto pa mag-savage.
Grabe, no? Isipin mo, Wolf, yung Team Spirit, tinatry lang naman nila yung best nila na maghanap ng laban na winnable. Pero every time na parang, uy, kaya. Biglang papasok yung SOD, biglang may ganito pambibitawan yung Vamos. Parang ang hirap eh. Kung ikaw tatanungin ko sa puntong to, anong kondisyones ng Team Spirit?
Lock item Ling, lock item Claude. Mag-clear sila habang buhay. Yan na talaga, wag mag-engage.
Naku, tagal pa.
Matagal pa yun. Pero yun na lang kasi 6 minutes, 7 minutes pa lang ba? O 8?
Ayun na, tumayo.
Ay, tumayo na, patayo na.
Tumayo.
So, savage lang pala ang magpapatayo kay Idol Pakbet.
Iba yung ngitian ni
Grabe si Error 404. And I would say, itong Team Vamos, pinaka-coordinated na team so far nakita natin all throughout MSC.
Yes. Ano siya, yung chemistry nila.
Okay.
Uy! Wow!
Sit down, son!
Napakatindi ng ginawa doon ni Natko. Nabigyan man siya ni Sawo, pero wala na eh. Kumbaga, nabigyan na siya ng medal bago siya isama sa hukay, di ba?
Solid. 2-for-1 trade-off.
Napakatindi ng Vamos ngayon.
Grabe
Sa totoo lang, Wolf, nakakatakot yung Vamos ha.
I agree. I think they have a much better performance compared dun sa SRG. And right now, masasabi ko when it comes to coordination, sila yung masasabi kong coordinated na team talaga.
As one.
Very as one. Good movements overall. Error 404, sobrang solido ng pinapakita. And even si Natko, dahil dun sa may bottom lane kanina, hindi nagpabarag, talagang nakabalik pa siya. And of course, very commendable ito si Zakif. Even yesterday, or day 1 nakita natin kung gaano ka-dependable yung paglaro niya dito for Vamos.
Sobrang tindi ng ginagawa nila na parang hindi ako nakakita ng mali. Alam mo yun? Parang ganun lagi yung team fight, no? Laging may rason kung bakit nila ginagawa to. Kung may mabigyan man sa kanila, laging may mas magandang reward after nung mga pangyayari. Pero uy, may gagawin sila.
It's actually a great way to describe it. Tama yung mga moves. Intentional.
Yes.
Yung mga galawan dito ng Vamos.
Nakakatakot yung team na to. Sa totoo lang, lahat naman ng teams, maganda na yung master sa heroes. Magaling na sila pumindot. Nagkakatalo sa decision making, sa chemistry, tsaka yung kung paano sila maglaro under pressure.
Chemistry na, tsaka
Di ba? Yung Vamos ngayon, para silang sabay yung hinga, sabay yung heartbeat, parang ganun.
Tsaka yung fourth, imagine mo yun, di ba? Sinabi natin either Euro or Moscow sila. Parang nasa tama pati yung mga pwestuhan ng mga heroes. And this one, Vamos, yung pag-move nila dun sa may top lane dun kay Kid Bomba, tapos yung constantly nila Zeki with the flicker dun sa may gitna, tapos yun si Natko na tumatama pa yung SOD. Talagang masasabi mong on another planet ngayon ng Team Vamos kumpara sa Team Spirit.
Susubok ang Vamos on the mid lane. Diyan ba naman yung blessing? So madedepensahan pa nila to. This will extend yung game natin. Sulit naman nila yung shields na yan. Pero para sa Team Spirit, yun na nga lang din, iniisip ko rin na maigi para sila makabawi. Pero yung mga ganito na mga plays, ang kailangan nila at nakakaramdam na nga sila ng damage. Kaming from Team Spirit, masyado ata naging komportable at kampante ang Vamos sa pagkakataong yon na masyado silang napalalim at na-punish sila ng Team Spirit.
I wonder what happened in that scenario. Sorry, guys, nakakuha na siya syempre na kanyang item, so may damage siya doon kay Moscow. Hindi man na nag-purify dito itong si Natko. And additionally, namatay pa doon si Sepat. I wonder what happened in that exchange. At yung kanina pa natin kino-comment na decision making mula sa Vamos, bigla sila nag-crumble that and 2 important heroes to be taken out. Sabay nandun pa yung link for that fight. So,
aray! Error 4 of 4. Habulin niya ata talaga Sunset Lover and he will be successful. Oh my goodness, may SOD pa. So makakasama sila dito sa laban ng si Sao maaaring mapunish. Susunod ba ang mga tropa at mukhang ito na nga talaga yung hinahanap ng Vamos. Nakabawi yung team spirit pero agad na nag-clap back ang Vamos dito.
Masyado din nakakambante team spirit. Nakalawit sila dun sa may gitna. Binigyan nila ng option. Yung
Okay
Vamos
na yun,
makakuha
no?
talaga. Okay na talaga eh. At understandable daw kasi alam nila -2. So pwede nga naman silang kumuha ng fast clear man lang at least. But yung fast clear nila hindi ganun kabilis. At dahil dun, sila pa mapapasama ngayon.
Okay. May setup ba? Wala pa naman nakuha si Clocon dito. Naghahanap sila ng magandang timing. Napakasakit na nga dito ni Araw 4 or 4. Hore ang magiging target na dito. Zikif may ipit na depensahan pa ng Team Spirit. Yung Torres sa may bandang ibaba. So maaari ata ditong gumawa ng counterplay ang Team Spirit. It's gonna be a 5v4 situation, Wolf. Kaya ata.
Especially with the Lord responding 36 seconds.
Ay, mababasag yung baba.
Ang depensa.
Basag yung
ayun
baba.
na,
Ay,
masyado silang nag-extend.
Sayang.
Aray.
Sayang. Ano na eh, props na sana dun sa ano eh.
Overchase is the
Ayun.
problem for Team Spirit.
Uy. Kala ko mapapanish eh. Kung nandun yung link, no?
Buti na lang meron siya nung ginamit niya yung wall. Raise advantage.
Tumawid.
Well, mararamdaman na natin ang nerves between two teams. Even Team Spirit are making brash decisions. Even Vamos, nagkakaroon sila ng mga decisions na biglaan.
Uy! Nagkaroon na ata ng teamfight sa may bandang gitna. SOD will not connect so medyo madedelay
Uy,
sila
si
dito.
Error 404 yun.
At mukhang mabibigyan nga dito ng tuluyan si Error 404. At dahil wala na yung damage dealer nila na inaasahan, mukhang sinat ko talaga ang kailangan nilang asahan. Pero sa ngayon, mahihirapan ng Vamos dahil nga nawalan sila ng key player. That is gonna be Error 404. Walang retry holder ang Vamos sa ngayon, Wolf.
Vamos, bumabalik yung kanilang sakit. So maraming tournaments before this. And how can they recover? 16 seconds bago bumalik
Si
yung
Hiko,
Hirara.
masakit na. Ang sakit na ni Hiko. Napapakamot na dito si Sepat at mukhang makukuha na ng libreng-libre yung Lord. Ito na yung inaantay na opportunity ng Team Spirit upang sila'y makabawi and mukhang naaabot na nga nila yung inaabangan nilang timers. Sa tinanong ko kanina kung paano makakabawi, sinagot ni Wolf na full item si Hiko at si Zar Egoist and mukhang malapit na tayo.
Malapit na Hiko, kumakati na. This is the reason why we mentioned na hindi tayo masyadong kampante doon sa Esmeralda. Nakita nyo.
Yes.
Diba? 13 minutes. Napapatumban, napapadugo na dito yung Esmeralda forced out. Of course, that's not always going to be the case. Meron pa rin naman dyan Beleric, meron pa rin Hirara. But you can already notice.
Wala
Pag
na.
naka-isolate dito, sasakit na. Zaur Egoist,
Uy, duel.
lumubog.
Duel sana, no? Okay. Hindi. Lugi siya dito pag na... Okay. Hinga muna.
Di na pipilit.
Nga muna, lamang naman ng kahit papano, lamang naman si Team Spirit masasabi natin makakaangat sila sa mapa. Bawal lang talaga silang maging reckless pero ang sakit pa talaga ni Hiko. Ito na yun.
Makakati na.
Ano na to? It's Claude time na, no?
At madami siyang good targets dito. Except the Beleric, everyone can melt dito sa isang...
Uy, conceal. So kita siya ni Sao. Good spot. Coming in from Sao.
And sobrang bagal ng push ng Lord dito sa may bottom lane. But I think they will be successful in pushing that bottom lane. Nako, nag-overstep.
Uy.
Si Zakif though.
Buti nabuhay si
Grabe,
Sao.
hindi na rin kaya nung Beleric yung Claude.
Aray ko, digitan talaga mga kaibigan. Ayaw din patalo ng Team Spirit.
Imagine mo yung Vamos ginlaze natin ng sobrang tagal.
Oo.
Isang mali lang dun sa may top lane. Parang
nabaliktad.
Nabaliktad yung
Aray ko,
galawan nila.
ito na po yun. Ayan na po yun. Buti may purify ka, idol. Pag wala,
Wala.
dali ka talaga.
Oh,
Uy,
error 4-4.
Oh.
Naspatan siya.
Kita siya.
Kuha niya yung blue.
Nakuha niya. Okay, habulin siya dito. Yun lang.
Yun large.
Parang nangangamoy game 3 kung magtutuloy-tuloy ito mga kaibigan. Zikip dito mukhang maiipit pa. At tatalo na nga siya ng tuluyan. Napakaganda na naging decision making dito ng Team Spirit at talagang hindi sila magpapapigil. Kaso yun lang. Masyado lang lumalim dito si Zar Egoist. Nagpagka-egoist na din talaga doon sa play na yun. Pero right now, pipilit at ang Team Spirit dito sa may mid lane. Madedepensahan pa naman. Gagawa din ng play yung ng kabila and si Hiko ay tutumba. Ngayon ay hahabol din sila and Sepat trying to sustain, trying to survive. Tatlo sila ngayon na magsisi atrasan. Buong akala natin lamang na sila pero mukhang makakabawi din kagad ang Vamos dahil doon sa overextension.
Kakaibang laban na nakakita natin. Sinat ko pa. ang makikita natin na magkakamaw. Tapos, super gabi na mag-play coming out from the Moscow. The fact na dalawang core ng TS yung napatumba pa, that's the jungler as well as the gold laner na napatumba dun sa teamfight na yun. Ito yung mga play Santi na yung word na worth. Di ba yung sasabihin mo pag gumawa ka ng play, worth ba to? Baliktarin mo yung worth.
Anong throw? Galing mo
Diba?
doon. Galing mo doon. Sorry guys, iniisip ko rin na maigi. Sinabi ko kung dalawang syllables ba, pero throw nga talaga. Ganun nga ba ang mangyayari? Kasi nabigyan na nga dito yung Esme. So mababawasan na sila, Team Spirit ata ang mamamayagpag dito dahil -2 ang mangyayari. Nakuha man ng Vamos yung Lord, pero ang sakit sa ulo dahil dalawa din ang natanggal sa kanilang line up ngayon. Mukhang pipilit ang Team Spirit sa may bandang gitna. Isa lang ata ang tatao sa may bandang ibaba, pero mukhang magiging susi dito ay si Natko na dagdag alalahanin doon sa top side.
Yun naman yung dahilan kung ba't nag-Moscow ang Vamos. Pwede nilang tapatan yung Ling as well as kung ano man yung gold laner na haharap sa kanila into the latter portions of the game. And big props to Vamos kung paano nila na-activate tong Moscow na to. Imagine, this Moscow was hammered dun sa may bottom lane kanina pero nahanapan pa rin nila ng way itong si Natko. At syempre, maganda rin naman pinapakita dito ni Natko. Okay, so full pack na rin naman itong Clutch as well as this Moscow. Meron silang Wind of Nature, no boots na sila. Whereas itong Ling, ganun din naman, full pack na rin. I believe sa ngayon, meta dictates that Hirara has a better damage DPS, kumbaga, kumpara dito sa isang Ling. Siyempre, depende sa execution. So, nakita natin si Error 404 na minsan
lumalalim, no?
Yung worth na pagkuha niya sana ng purple buff. Yung baliktad.
Oo, na-throw Mahirap na i-glaze guys Pero ganun talaga Kailangan na umiwas sa mga ganung mga moments. Kasi kung titingnan naman natin na maigi, yes, lamang si Error 404 pagdating doon sa mga ganong klaseng teamfights. Pero yung ginagawa kasi ni Zar Egoist, sobrang laking ginahawa for Team Spirit Nanenegate nila yung pagpupush ni Natko sa mga side lanes. Diba? So meron silang pang mitigate nun and talaga nagiging effective yung laruan ng Team Spirit sa ngayon. Pero sa ngayon, naku po, na-set upan yun lang po. Nadali si Zar Egoist and ang laking problema noon para sa side ng Team Spirit. Atrasan na talaga malala ang mangyayari dito and that is gonna be everyone from the side of Team Spirit running away from Vamos at mukhang madadagdagan pa ng isa. 3 na lang mabubuhay dito. Maaaring pumilit ang Vamos. Medyo matagal-tagal ang death timers. Wolf.
Ang sakit nung disaster na yon. Nadali si Zar Egoist. That was the fatal links na kinopya nitong si Valen at
Uy! Kaya ba?
Ano ba? May lubog kasi.
May lubog Minions lang muna. Minions lang. Wala namang Lord. Yun lang. Napaganda ng huli sa alat. Mukhang ang ganda ng follow-up ni Natko. Napakatindi ng ginawa dito ng Vamos at mukhang hindi na nga ata tatagal pa yung laban. Pero andito naman si Zar Egoist to the rescue trying to defend the base. Pero may mga minions. Enough ata to. May raid.
Enough?
Ay nako po. Tapos na po ang laban. Hindi na pinaabot ng game 3 at ganun lang nilaro ng Vamos. After a long fight, sila pa rin pala ang mananaig sa laban na to.
Vamos, not the team that everybody expected na maging ganito ka-successful sa kanilang bracket. 4-0 so far sa ating MSC at rekta sila doon sa playoffs because of that. Incredible drafting mula ng day 1 tapos ito up against Team Spirit na prove natin solid nga talaga. And unfortunately, Santi, feeling ko, ibaon nyo na League plus Claude. Ano to? 0-4 na so far? Buong MSC, wag na. Tigil nyo na yan. Promise. Ang hirap. Isipin mo, ang ganda na ng setup nila for this one. Hiko was having a great time already but they still managed to take down this Ling combo. Pero all things considered, sobrang ganda talaga na nakita natin drafting pattern and drafting choices mula kay Coach Valdo as well as Coach Pacbet. Great performance mula kay Zekif, sobrang solido. At syempre si Natko in the end. Error 404, despite dito, ito yung isa sa mga worth niya na play.
Worth play.
Pero nakabawi pa rin siya. At 9-2-2 siya. That was his last death. Okay pa rin naman yung kanyang performance afterwards.
Ako masasabi ko lang kung may worth play din itong si Error 404. Mas malala yung worth play ni Zar Egoist. Yun dun sa bottom side sa taas. Kasi kung buhay si Zar Egoist, hindi magmamatapang yung yung Vamos dun sa gitna at hindi makukuha na ng 2 kills yun. So, sobrang laking pagkakamali na nabigyan.
Grabe.
Siya kasi yung siya nga yung nagbabalanse.
Yep. And we have an interview opposite stage with Vamos.
And over here, we have Araw 404, who looks rather poised and calm after that clean sweep up against Team Spirit. How are you?
I'm feeling really happy. Yeah.
Now, you know what? Let's talk about this game. We know that coming into this game, there was a little bit of history with Team Spirit, as they were the one to actually end the journey of Team Vamos back in M6. After today's win, dropping them to the lower brackets, do you feel somewhat fulfilled, successful, satisfied?
Yeah, I'm super satisfied because it's like we have a sense of redemption against them. Yeah.
Wow. You know, I know that a lot of the Malaysians are super duper proud of you guys entering this journey, especially back at home, even here in the arena. We have the audience. Do you feel extra motivated to have this kind of support here in Paris?
Yeah, there's a lot of Malaysian fans here, so we are really motivated to win.
Okay, I got a question, right? As you guys enter the knockout stages, you have the opportunity to actually pick your opponents from the lower bracket. I know it's still rather early, but who do you want to actually meet if that team does go to the knockouts?
There's a lot of choices, but I would like to face either Vitality or Falcons.
Oh, okay. You are right though, because after this match, Vitality and Falcons will be going up against each other, so one will have to fall. Is there any reasons as to why you want to meet either Vitality or Falcons?
Because both of the team have idol jungler. Yeah, Nile and KalTZ for me.
Both of it are your idolas, your idols. Okay, you know what, Era 404? I just have to ask you a message for the Malaysians watching here in the arena and back at home.
So thank you to all the fans that have came all the way here to Paris to support us, and also watching online. Thank you for all the supports, and we'll do our best in the knockout stage.
Congratulations once again, an amazing win. That's it from us over here at the stage, showing it back to you guys at the studio to break down what happened in this series.
Woo! Nagulat ako na Kyle at Nael ang idol niya. Hindi nabanggit yung si KalTZ, pero iba si Error 404. Isa to sa mga prodigies dito sa Malaysian region. Hindi natin siya nakita masyado nung season 16 when I was there for Malaysia, for MPL Malaysia. But eventually, madaming nag-hype para sa kanya kasi yun nga, bata pa siya, so mga nag-aaral pa, may mga exam pang ginagawa. But now, fully, full ML na siya. Full-time, at nakita niyo naman kung gaano kasolido ang ginagawa dito ng Error 404.
Para sa ganong klase ng mga players na pa lang, yung pausbong pa lang, doon mo makikita na iba din yung nila, yung giggle, yung passion nila dun sa laro, na hanggat hindi mo pa kasi nakukuha yung kampyonato.
Yes.
Ako naniniwala kasi ako sa ganong pag hindi mo pa siya naabot, gigil na gigil siya. Pag nakuha mo na siya, gusto mo pa rin naman siya makuha ulit, pero iba pa rin yung tamis ng unang championship.
Tsaka parang mapapaisip ka, parang may times na mapaisip ka, okay lang siguro ibigay ngayon, meron pa naman sa sunod. Okay naman na. Not gonna say that is how the other champions have thought, pero sure tayo na yung mga baguhan pa rin dito. Yung mga wala pang nakukuhang championship, talagang gigil sa laban. You felt that with Error 404. Naramdaman ko siya kay Clocon ngayon at kay Zakif. Ang ganda ng performance sila. At syempre kay Natko. Na-criticize yan si Natko sa kanyang region. Pero ngayon, masasabi natin, solid performance.
Magaling. Siya yung, masasabi ko nga na siya yung anchor ng team. Kasi ang mas nagkakamali pa kanina, si Error 404, may mga may mga alam mo yon, yung giggle moves.
Oo.
'Di ba? Na parang kaya niya lahat, 'di ba?
May gustong patanayan moves.
Yes. Pero si Natko, sisilbing anchor ng team na, sige, gagampanan ko yung role ko pag kailangan siya ng teammates niya, nandiyan siya, and perfect talaga yung pagiging united nitong team na to. As one talaga sila. Yun yung best way to describe the team.
Yeah, and super crucial yung nakita natin dito. Nagalawan mo lang if error 4-4. Pati rin naman kay Natco yung SOD dun sa may top lane that actually felt like na sana, team spirit na yung makakalamang pero nabawian pa nila. There are so many times in this game that Team Spirit could have taken it back. Hiko, nag-iinit na. Inaabangan to isa sa mga pinakamahuhusay din sa EU region dun sa may bandang west. But Sati, they will not be able to get another win. Di na lang kapag-first ng game number 3 at dahil dyan, playoffs no? Vamos.
Playoffs ang Vamos, bababa sa lower bracket ang Team Spirit. Hindi pa naman sila laglag.
Yep.
Kaya wala tayong nakitang key
na mababasag
ngayon.
That is going to be it para sa cast namin ni Santi. Mamaya ibabato natin ito. Balita ko si Womi at Joshi ang magkakas para sa second half nitong EWC 2026 Tagalog broadcast. For now, that's it for us. Kita-kits after this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Nagbabalik ang MSC 2026 at Esports World Cup at malapit na po magtuos ang Indonesia at Pilipinas once again. Kami po ang inyong makakasama para sa gabing ito. Womi pa rin kasama si Joshi Cakes. And Joshi, classic na ang ating makikita. Team Vitality versus our Filipino representatives, Team Falcons Philippines.
Matagal-tagal na rin ang rivalry ng Indonesia at ng Pilipinas. And now we're gonna be seeing it onto the banners of Team Vitality and Team Falcons Philippines na kung saan magtatapat ang runner-up ng Pilipinas laban sa kampiyon ng Indonesia.
Oh, and this is very exciting considering na let's just say na maraming kaganapan kahapon na buong Pilipinas ay nagulat sa mga resultang nakita nila at hindi pa naman natin kailangan yan pag-usapan yan ngayong gabi. Pero for now, Team Falcons Philippines is our strongest chance para makatungtong agad sa susunod na kabanata ng MSC 2026 which is the knockout phase, and this is an upper bracket bout. So ibig sabihin nito ay kung sino mang mananalo ay susundan na ang Team Vamos na nanalo sa ating second series kanina patungo sa knockout stage.
May isa ng Pinoy na nakapasok ng knockout stage, si Coach Pacbet. Kanina si Don Pacbet. Ika nga dahil hindi napapatayo sa kanyang trono, pero kanina nung muntik mag-savage si Error 404, napatayo na siya ng tuluyan. But this time we're gonna be seeing Coach Moody, sila Coach Ducky sa Team Falcons Philippines naman. And with their performance kahapon, no isang araw, ay nakita natin nandun yung form at binabalik ni Super Marco yung kanyang Brody. We're gonna be seeing Team Falcons Philippines right now moving out of their shuttle papunta mismo sa venue ng EWC.
Oh, and this is one of the exciting parts, no? When you look at Team Falcons Philippines, it's not just a group of talented players but also a group of colorful personalities. Kung fina-follow mo mga manlalaro ng Team Falcons Philippines, makikita nyo talaga sa social media nila kung gaano kabulagta ang kanilang mga ginagawa, mga kalokohan man at mga kasiyahan. At isa lamang yan sa mga nagpapaganda ng pagsuporta dito sa Team Falcons Philippines. Sa kanilang katapat ay walang iba kundi ang kampyon ng MPL Indonesia, Team Vitality, former Bigatron, na ngayon ay tumutungtong na papunta sa ating entablado. And syempre, hindi na mawawala na merong Filipino import ang Team Vitality. Kung hindi nyo nakakalimutan na isang MSC champion na si Eman ang ating makikita dyan.
Pinigilan nila yung possible three-peat na gagawin ng Onyx Indonesia way back doon sa MPL Indonesia Season 17. And binabanggit na nga ni Mirko matagal na siyang Bigatron boy. So ngayon, feeling ko masayang-masaya si Mirko. Di ko lang alam mamaya kung masaya pa rin siya sa mangyayari. Depende sa magiging resulta ng laban na to. It's either siya ang masaya o tayo ang masaya bilang mga Pilipino.
Oh, and at the end of the day, no, kung MLBB fan ka naman at hindi mo iniisip kung sinong gusto mong manalo o matalo, ay magandang MLBB action ang ating inihintay sa laban na ito, considering that these are the top regions fighting each other, no? And a lot of our rising regions already for the past few matches na napanood natin sa loob dito ng MSC ay talaga nagpakitang gilas. Alam mo, hindi ko na-expect na magiging ganun kaganda yung gameplay ng Guangzhou Gaming. But lahat tayo ay nagulat sa mga ginagawa nila kanina. And the same could be said for Aurora Turquie na syempre ay ginulat nga ang munggo kahapon by beating Team Liquid Philippines in record time in game number 1 and of course sweeping the defending MSC champions. And bukas mapapanood po natin ang laban ng Team Liquid Philippines. Pero sa ngayon ay Team Falcons Philippines ang ating makikita kontra Team Vitality na sa ngayon ay makikita din natin na naging magandang performance sa kanilang last game.
Marami-rami ring mga nagsasabi na isa ang Bigatron sa mga considered as pinakamalakas na teams ngayon na naglalaro for MSC. Kasama dyan yung syempre Aurora Gaming na nakita na nga natin kahapon, and of course our two Filipino representatives, Team Falcons and Team Liquid Philippines. So etong makikita natin ngayon na laban ay posibleng maaga na magtapat itong dalawang to agad-agad. Kasi parang ine-expect pa natin na magkikita tayo, mga knockouts pa, yung talagang matitindi na yung laban. But this time, as early as now, Indonesia will face the Philippines sa Team Vitality versus Team Falcons. And ine-expect ko na rin yung mga heroes ni Flap tulad ng pinakita niya nung first day, yung mga Tyroth na pwedeng lumabas. Although, situational pa rin eh. Kasi pwedeng pwedeng panlaban sa Esmeralda lang.
Oo. At sa ngayon mukhang i-welcome na natin ang ating mga manlalaro para sa third match of the night. Siyempre, pumunta muna tayo sa ating mga host na si Rose at si Milosh.
Actually call me like kind of the Southeast Asian mother to the players. Because come on, how can you not be so proud? It's just like a tiny little boy answering interviews. So happy.
This is why we're here, right? To see those stories growing. And now we have another story to tell in our upper bracket. Please join me in welcoming Team Vitality! The hometown heroes
katulad nung pinag-usapan natin kanina, no, Josh Kicks, itong Team Vitality ay isa sa mga teams na pinapanood talaga dito sa Group A. And for their last match, na kinalaban nila ang True Rippers ng India, ay nakita natin na dinismantle nila ang rising team na ito 2-0. And a lot will be said dito sa laban na ito, considering that this is their first big challenge sa loob ng ating torneo. Pilipinas agad ang kanilang kalaban matapos ng India.
Alam mo na nandun yung gigil nila na kunin yung panalo na to, but they're gonna be facing now ang Team Falcons mula sa Pilipinas mismo. Tulad ng nangyari sa Team Vitality versus ang True Rippers, ay na 2-0 din naman nila ang kanilang katapat, which is Guangzhou Gaming, na kaninang nakita natin naglaro at tuloy pa rin ang kanilang lakbayin dito sa MSC. But for Team Falcons Philippines, seeing all smiles from all these players, ito yung aura, kumbaga pag ikaw
unless it's red side looking for the Belleric pick.
Yeah.
My question is, when do we start seeing the Ling and the Harara on the ban list, and is that something that's going to happen? I feel like they've both been so powerful, so game deciding, that at some point they may enter into the list, almost even more important than the Freya.
Yeah.
Because Freya's been slowly leaking in as well.
Yeah, I posted something this morning about how crazy the trade is for EXP. You have Freya, Phovius, Esmeralda, Paquito, Barretts. I'm pretty sure there's a name I'm missing out there, but there's so many options that you have to consider in terms of like the topics you want to chase. And then going back to the jungle, it's like Nile, it's Kyle, it's okay, their names rhyme. They're also really
Nile
good
Kyle.
with assassins for both of them.
In denial?
In denial. I like that. So how are they going to balance making sure they have assassins available for their own team while still taking out the other? Because if you name them all out, the Fanny, the Ling, especially Fanny, Kyle and Nile would both want to really go for those two. The Hirara that Trex mentioned. It seems like just looking at the jungle picks alone is going to be tough. So this is why I go back to the Roam. Will we see an earlier prioritization for something like the Cho? Will Hilda somehow make a comeback as a means to invade the jungle a little bit more? That's where my brain's going through.
Notably, we didn't see Cho at all in that first series.
Yep.
And what has been missing in the first 2 days is him as a pick. Atlas was heavily prioritized, either banned or immediately first picked, which opened up the Belleric. He was banned alongside the Belleric, like you said, Trex, earlier on as well. What has been happening, though, more so today, has been Eudora getting banned instead of getting prialed on that first two. And of course, Freya also the first ban as well. So maybe that's a little bit of a different evolution of the draft, Trex.
Some of those things that are becoming more of a problem, right? Because the Eudora, it doesn't matter what assassin you pick, it'll always do well against it. Even if there's no Ling, even if there's no Harara, Eudora will always have a place there. Outside of that, we talked about the Cho a little bit. You know, I think Cho got a little exposed the other day. The Ruby was just a beautiful answer to it. And the Ruby's not something that's going to get banned out in first phase, meaning it always has a quick response. And normally if you're going to lock in the Cho, you might just lock it in that first phase, which means unless you're a last pick red side, that P3, most likely, I don't think we're going to see the Cho anytime soon.
Yeah, we saw it go well for Keyboy, but it also went badly yesterday.
Very up and down.
Yeah, it's up and down.
It's either going to work or it's going to ruin your draft.
Yeah, that's why you really have to prepare for it, I think. If any of these two would want to pick up something like the Cho. But then if you're Falcons, you're also looking at someone like Finn and acknowledging that he is one of the best Atlases in the world. He tore through MPL ID with that pick. And then now, so far, he's done a great job here at MSC and EWC with the Atlas. So I think it's in consideration for taking it away from him, or you open the Valentina so that Vitality picks up the Atlas, then you pick up the Valentina for Haji.
Here goes that Ling ban though. So now Falcon on the gun of, do we ban out the Harara?
Right.
Or do we go for a possible trade? Because there's not much left. With the Freya gone, the Eudora gone, I feel like at this point you have to ban the Harara. And then we finally get the answer of what's left after that. Do we get one of those picks up front?
I think you can leave the Harara open, because if ever it's Harara Fanny, that becomes a trade.
Fanny, yeah, I guess you have to leave it, and that's the trade.
And they take away the Atlas, actually.
Fanny's kind of, but you know you're going to have to pick it early.
Yeah.
Which means if Vitality says, we're going to take the Harara, we know we get to get 2 immediate answers to your Fanny.
Yeah.
Well, they've got a chance to grab the Fanny here. We'll see how much they prioritize it on the Team Vitality. We know that Harara's also available, so if Nile feels confident in that matchup either way, they don't have to force their assassin pick here, their jungle pick here, and they can try to prio something else. With Atlas gone, does Belleric become more important?
Oh, for sure. But I think if ever, it'll be Falcons who'll be incentivized to pick it up as one of the first 2 picks red.
Honestly, yeah, Belleric could just be up front, because either way, you get the Harara or the Fanny or something else. You get one of the 2 power assassins.
Regardless.
It's not worth... They go for it anyway, so they take the Harara.
Okay, so they get Harara, then in terms of the theories that we've been making, then it's probably going to be like a Belleric plus a Fanny early on now.
Well, you take Fanny 3rd pick. Right?
Yeah, you don't need it now, right?
So Belleric and...
Belleric plus 1. Atlas is gone. What are the other big names that I'm missing out on? There's always someone that I'm missing out on.
Belleric and an EXP here, maybe. Belleric
Is it
Gold.
exposing it? You know, if you have an EXP lane, like we've seen Barrett's banned, we've seen Paquito banned.
Yeah.
We've seen those be able to continually flex, Paquito specifically, in some double fighter compositions into the gold lane. Is that too early to grab something like that because you have more options? What's your idea, Trex? What's a good
I mean, a lot of time you do want to save that EXP. You see a lot of them save it for last, especially on blue side, but also sometimes you want to pick it up front. It really just depends on where they want to go from here. They go for the Valentina, a safe mid lane pick, something that's always going to be viable, and this still gives them some room to flex around. Selena's going to get locked in as a preemptive to the possible Fanny, plus you get some range. Not a bad answer to the Valentina either.
Yeah, I think of the Uranus. I think as much as they want the assassins, they have to decide whether or not they'll pick up their Fanny now or an assassin, or they go for their EXP laner, either in the Esmeralda or the Barretts. The Uranus will be playing away from the lane often, invading. Esme matches that, while the Barretts can also just be really annoying, because right now Vitality doesn't have enough of a damage profile to deal with it early on, especially through the Selena. It's not going to be a good time. Then they start banning out things like the carries or Moskovs, if ever they do decide to pick up something like the Barretts here. So it's a tough choice for Falcons.
In a weird way, if they don't pick up the Fanny there, I was going to say, they risk it getting banned. But if you ban the Fanny, that means you leave something else open, like the Barretts, or the Moskov, which had been getting banned in this second phase. So both assassins on the sides of both teams. Nile able to get his, and Kyle able to get his.
I don't know, the Fanny feels so telegraphed. Like, you would think Vitality would be ready for it, right? The moment they know they're both open, it's like, okay, you're going to get the Fanny, and we're going to get a bunch of answers to it. Not completely sure how I feel about the Selena still, but I think on Vitality's side, they need some hard crowd control at this point. They went for the Uranus instead, which has a survivability against the Fanny, but still nothing to extremely lock it down. Yes, the Selena could land an arrow, but that's not a whole lot. They still need something, Kaja, Cho, some of those types of answers.
That's why Falcons decides to ban out the Cho for themselves.
Okay.
Also, I'm thinking that what if Falcons are considering putting this Belleric in the EXP and we don't see the roam just yet. But with the Valentina, I think Belleric and Valentina already is a pretty good roaming duo that will provide difficulty for the Selena. So I think for EXP, if they're not going to go damage, then they go tanky. So as expected, Vitality will ban out the Esme. I think it'll be also very safe for them to ban out the Barretts. And then in terms of the really tanky EXP laners, the lineup is too mobile to pick up a glue. They might have to fall back into something like a Terizla, which is really slow. But you just want one lane that you know is going to be hard to kill.
Brody banned from the side of Falcons. They're going to be on first pick here. They do still need a marksman.
Pick Moskov, yeah.
Moskov could be a decent answer. You have the movement. You have the shred.
Already have the Belleric, so you don't really have to worry that much about the Claude.
I mean, just about it, yeah. I mean, even the Claude, like any of it would kind of work at this point. I don't think it's too heavy of a reason. They could, honestly, I feel like the marksman may be the better first pick here, and it still gives you a little bit of room to possibly get the EXP flex in.
Yeah. Moskov still available, still unbanned. So is Paquito. And 2 picks remain. 1 ban remains on the side of Vitality.
They're already taking their time. You see, it's Eman who's being very vocal in this phase of the draft. So I think, instead of taking away an EXP, they were thinking, okay, matchups, gold, what are we going to end up with? I think if ever this is a Moskov, he's confident that his Claude will be able to handle it. So he just calls it to ban the Harith instead. So there was a little moment earlier you saw he was really being very vocal about it.
Great to see those little things in person, right? Dyroth comes out.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that very often, Trex, but we have seen it a little.
Yeah, we saw one
From Flap?
From Flap.
Yeah, it was him.
Yeah, it was Flap.
Yeah.
This is a pick that used to get used against things like the Uranus, the Esmeralda. It was kind of a cheese pick back in the day, but it has the armor shred.
Yeah.
It has the burst damage. It is a high risk, high reward pick for me still. If it pops off in the early game, this could be a huge threat to everything down the line. If he takes 2 or 3 deaths early on, it's a wrap. He'll be useless the whole game pretty much.
Yeah. Okay, so they'll pick up the Badang here. And they'll go for the Melissa. I wonder if Falcons will lean back to a very old combo with the Dyroth, which was the Irithel. Because the mobility would help from getting away from the getting linked by the doll of the Melissa. I mean, most likely they're still going to end up with either, I don't know, maybe like still a Moskov, but no, they still go Claude, and they played with like one of the safest gold laners.
I'm going to be honest, Vitality, yes, they have a lot of defense against the Fanny, but not a lot of answers against the Fanny. You have the go away, which can stop you from getting dived on. Yes, you have the fist crack, some of those things from the Badang. You have the arrow, but outside of that, you have no hard crowd control for this Fanny, and it could be a problem.
Well, the lineups are locked. Coach Moody and Coach K-Dot getting their teams, Falcons, PH, and Vitality, ready to go. And this one, well, looks like fireworks are set to go off here at MSC EWC 2026. Our 3rd series of the day is about to begin, and this is going to be a banger. Team Vitality and Team Falcons PH. Let's send it over to your casters to begin game 1. It's Brigitte and Gideon.
Thanks, Rain Day. This is an exciting day to be alive. We get to watch some of the best regions play it out here on our 3rd series of the day of MSC. And for starters, we're already getting the classic Selena from the Maestro himself, but I don't think Haji is going to fall too far behind.
Yep, the mid lane matchup is something we're all watching out for, but just the same, I am so excited to see Kyle back on a Fanny all over again. He made a name for himself because of these kinds of heroes, and now Vitality will have to deal with this. And again, Trex did point out, most of their crowd control and potential lockdowns are just going to be on Finn.
Yeah, it really is going to be. And I think the important thing right now is whether or not those arrows not only are going to hit, but how you set them up. Because I think that Finn has such a difficult job, right? Not only is he looking for these big engages, he has to play off of the information from Niall and Shogun. But the hard part is catching this Fanny half the time.
Yeah, because like you're torn between catching the Fanny or also going for a backline play, because we see Badangs do that oftentimes, but that's more so when you get to the late game. It's depending on we get there, because I feel like both teams just really want to get that early and end this fast.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget about the potential anti-synergy, right? There could be moments where Finn accidentally... Oh, hold on. Flap might be in some trouble here.
Oh no, Finn actually catches Kyle there. Though that is one answer to the question that we posed earlier. So as long as he just gets to press the buttons in the right time.
But this comes at a cost, right? Because Moreno has to be preemptively already waiting with Finn to make these motions happen, allowing the mid lane to actually get shoved in pretty quickly. Now, I mean, Moreno, he doesn't care about level 4. Level 4 or not, it's not the biggest deal in the world. He hits that arrow, it's kind of game over for whoever. But even Iman recognizes that you gotta be scared of Kyle. You take a bad trade, you could just die out of nowhere.
Yeah, Vitality are so good with these anticipations against Team Falcons and their rotations, and so far they're the ones actually going to take this turtle for themselves. We saw multiple rotations from Falcons already, but every single one of them have been answered so far.
They have been, and I think the best part about it all is the fact that Vitality are playing super responsive to how Falcons are moving across the map. As soon as Kyle showed up bot side, they set up for the instant turtle take. They cannot waste any little bit of time here. They also have to be, just as careful to not put themselves in compromised positions. Top side, you really see that Shogun try to cut the wave. Notice as Fanny is around, backs up to try and set up for Niall right here, because he's just too thick.
the moment Nile showed up, Falcons could just not commit anymore. Every single time, it seems like Vitality are just always prepared. They're not in any way taken by surprise by the presence of a Fanny, and it's something that they probably willingly played into, but that's going to be a setup onto Finn. Now they're trying to go for the burst. He gets caught once again, though. Kyle will make it out alive, but does Finn, though? He does not. Flap takes first blood.
He could have lived that. He couldn't live that. He wasn't 100% sure about the timing, about when Dairoth's ult actually finishes the channel. Yes, there's a bit of a channel time. He could have just pushed himself out of there, but wanted, hey, no abilities, I gotta just try and punt somebody backwards as best as he can. This is what we should expect, right? Falcons need to win this early stage of the game to get Kyle that advantage that we're hoping for, and it's not like the Ling. He's very dependent on that purple buff and can only do so much. It's not like you can just go back into your jungle and charge it all back up and you know, farm extra fast. It's all about, hey, I go in, if I don't have that purple buff, I have to recall, do it all over again.
Yeah, it's great adjustment too, I think, because they could not find the sides. They've been trying to, but they couldn't really get the sides. It's always been either Finn intercepting or even Moreno and Nile, so they just settled with Finn, who at the time was isolated from the rest, just trying to check wherever Falcons were trying to go for next, and I think it's a great answer. They finally found a way to at least get a slight advantage, though the gold lead is very insignificant at this point, honestly.
And honestly, a really difficult comp to pull off. I mean, I'm thinking about how Moreno needs to kind of keep up with everybody else, but wait, hold on. First, Flap, he's already going to get chunked down to 50%. Now, Falcons, this might be a harder contest. They do have a bit of a regenerate for Flap, so he's going to top himself back up here, but I think the real question is whether or not he gets caught when he tries to shred down that front line, right? Whether it's front line or back line, that shred is only good for Kyle and Super Marco.
Whoa, Finn, are they actually going to go for open? The Wrath of the Tide as a response, though, but they catch two, and now Nile is going to go down alongside Finn. Falcons actually take two and will win that trade instead, despite Vitality being the first ones to set it up.
And look at Ogwen, he's just blocking the shots. He's making sure that the softer members on his side don't have to worry about some tough angles that are being set up by Moreno. Is this a potential punish? No, he should be able to get out.
Oh, Blazing Duet used two, but even so, Moreno gets to dash away to safety. Shogun will try to block the rest of the members of Falcons, but they're not going to force it anymore. Still, though, it's a 3-0 lead already in their hands.
Maybe a 3-0 lead with 1.4k, but we're not seeing structural damage. We haven't seen... Oh, speaking of structural damage, Flap, first person there to actually open up, and surprisingly enough, he's the one who actually unlocks his lane first, which is great for him. But what does that mean for the rest of Falcons? Does that mean that he gets to walk around for free? I want to see how they utilize his Dairoth, because we didn't get to see a great showing the day before.
Yes, I agree. It was on a not-so-okay KDA, I think, if you look at it from the previous performance, but I think this is a much better spot for Flap now. He's clearly winning the lane, already taking that tier 1 up top, and the fact that he was also able to be active in the first few skirmishes and even pick up kills too, I think grants him a much bigger advantage to serve as a threat against Vitality, who at this point have mostly been responding and answering back to Falcons rotations, but we're not seeing any of their own just yet. Or maybe it's also, in a way, an effect of having very slow clearing mid-duos in the form of a Selena and Badam. Oh, but hold up. Oh! Kyle will find Nile! And Finn all alone! It's a double!
Oh! I hate the fact that Super Marco, he's laughing about it already, and now they create another attack on the bottom side, and they can't do anything about it.
Eman just had to flicker out of that and use the go away, but Flap now is unstoppable too. With the help of the other members of Falcons, these are just two really heavy damage dealing heroes you're looking at already. It's both Kyle and Flap, and let's just look at that replay and how flawlessly Kyle just flew around these two members of Team Vitality.
Dirty outplay, dodges the immobilize, waited the iframes out, even dodging the knockback, and you see that Kyle's just like, nah, just another day in the office, try harder next time. And Vitality, they will oblige here because they're starting to siege this turtle. They want to make sure they have control, but more importantly, they're waiting for Kyle. They know he's around.
Yep. He's gonna take this first. Abyssal arrows are not connecting just yet, but at least you also see Eman taking part in this fight. Nile will yet to have to reveal himself. because Falcons are taking pretty good control of this. Vitality will change targets though. They're just gonna go for Super Marco, but he still has the Purify! Moreno finally gets the kill, but he might just go down too. That's a 1-for-1 so far, and Falcons are chasing after Finn, but they might not be able to find him anymore.
It's not bad. Honestly, trading gold laner for mid laner, and considering that Moreno, really, he's not the one who wants to be able to absorb all this gold. It's Nile and alongside with Iman. So as long as these two are able to scale back up, it's great. But Finn might be in some trouble here. They don't want to contest this. This is not the position to fight for just yet. And Vitality understand that.
Yep, they kind of let go of this the moment that they went back after that kill towards Super Marco. He already also had to get his purple buff first, so Nile, I feel, is really doing a bit of catching up here in this game. He's already a level behind of Kyle here, and that's also probably one of the reasons why they just rather not contest an objective anymore, especially with Falcons just surrounding the area like that.
With the early game having to be played super defensively for the side of Vitality, it gives you very little opportunities to actually look for potential snowballs. And so far, I mean, Iman, he was doing a good job against Super Marco. Generally, both sides came out of the lane pretty even, but once all the reinforcements started headed down to that bottom side, it was inevitable that Super Marco was going to crack that bottom tier 1. From this point onwards, we're expecting that Falcons, they're going to get a little sly with it. They're starting to walk into enemy territory to steal away the resources, because dear God, Kyle, he's Batman at this point.
I would be afraid if I were Vitality and I was all alone, because I could just feel the presence of Kyle or maybe anyone from Falcons at this point just hunt me down with the amount of damage that they already have. And Vitality, I feel, is going to take a bit more time from them. Even if we say, let's say Eman part of the fights, he just lays down Doll, but other than that, you don't really sense much threat for Falcons, but now they're gonna catch Kyle. That is a kill that they definitely want.
Yep, that was the combo they were trying to pull off and got outplayed on that top side. This is the clean version of it, but they still don't get the conversion, unfortunately, on that turret, but they do slow down Kyle. Luckily, don't have to worry about the purple buff. It hasn't even spawned just yet, so Kyle doesn't lose too much in general.
Yeah, but it's just gonna open up more opportunities for Vitality. You could see how they're trying to push their sides a bit more this time, but a concealed play from Falcons might just turn things around. They're trying to go for the kills! Look at how Haji sets that up beautifully, but the Wrath of Dryas doesn't allow Nile to escape, and they find one all over again. Abyssal Arrow onto Owen, though. Do they have enough burst damage to finish him off? They don't have it just yet.
No, they don't. Wow, that was an incredibly big mistake coming out from Now, showing and in front of their faces, dashing. You can't reveal those cooldowns this early on. Only later in the game where it's not so bad, especially since Falcons are really out to get it.
Oh, Eman actually dealing a bit more damage now, but it's Falcons starting up this objective. They're bursting it down as much as they can. Abyssal Arrow does not land. Who gets the final hit on this objective? It's still gonna be Kyle, but Flap might get traded out here. Surprisingly, still survived. The Abyssal Strike cancelled out. Close call for Eman, but now he has to flicker out to re-engage or to regroup with Team Falcons, as Vitality might go for the chase, but they don't.
They didn't get the punish. They got the big cancels that they were looking for, but no conversions on either side. Even still, we know for a fact, hey, Falcons, Turtles, they're done for. Now we got to make sure that we can protect, because once we have to deal with this Iman,
Flap, so much damage, but he will go down relatively fast too. That's a less tankier XP lane that he currently is on, and I feel like Vitality will just constantly go for the punish every single time, every single opportunity they find.
I mean, they have to at this point, right? Can't give any options to their opponents. Super Marco now, sure, looking for anything across the map, and even for Kyle, he's just waiting, right? It's about a matter of information. Now should be okay here.
Another 1v1, but now you see Finn. Kyle will not fight him there anymore, as Vitality will still deal with the Lord for now and are forced to play defensive. They're about to lose more and more of their structures as well if they don't successfully get to defend this, but it's barely hanging on.
Honestly, this is great coming in for Vitality. Like, everything that could have gone wrong in the early stages of the game didn't necessarily hurt as bad. They walk away with some scrapes, okay. And Nile has still very, very bold. He hasn't backed down at all. And with the Malefic Roar on his side now, he can start thinking about hitting some of the bigger targets.
Yeah, we're waiting if Vitality could pull off the combo all over again. So I think a lot of this is on Finn, and whether or not he actually finds that setup all over again, because you could already expect the damage to come through, especially from Nile, especially from Moreno, and even Eman, but Falcons are just too difficult to catch.
Yeah,
They have
and-
so much mobility.
Zipper, if you could pull up the items for me, that'd be great, because I'm wondering where Shogun is in his item progression. He needs to get to a point where he's so tanky that he's able to kind of take first position on the far lane rather than letting Kyle hard shove it every single time, because Vitality have to be relatively close to each other to find these intersecting points in the mid lane in comparison to like Sin and Hirara topside. And now that at least the Nile and Kyle are somewhat even in the lane, it's a much harder 1v1 to win out.
Yeah, we gotta check those items later on. But even if Vitality do group up, okay, there you go. He does have the Antikyras and the Radiant Armor already.
But no Oracle, so again, if 1v2, there's a good chance he still dies out here. Lightning Truncheon already purchased, so he deals with both arm. Oh wait, hold on. This could be bad unless Ogwin wants to flicker in. I don't see this happening. Put that back here.
Oh, Kyle from the side though. That was close. Vitality really had to reposition themselves there, as Falcons just took the opportunity to get mid.
That was so beautiful. That was so beautiful. To the naked eye, it feels like nothing happened, but it was really Falcon positioning themselves and posturing, forcing the battle lines of Vitality. They don't want to expose their backs. They want the traditional front to back, but Kyle has so much of that pull. If Iman dies, this entire fight goes down the drain.
Yep. And now they take that mid turret just as the Lord spawns. So imagine the space that they could really play around with. Vitality feel very uncomfortable with just freely positioning themselves. They have no idea Haji's in this position either. And you mentioned something about Vitality grouping up and using it to an advantage, but they have to be careful of Haji. Haji's been stealing away that ultimate from the Badang, and that could be something to punish Vitality later on.
Wow, both of these guys, it's whoever shows up in the lane first, and Hirara shows, and guess what Falcons is going to do? Instantly take that space. If Vitality are forced to move backwards, they know for a fact they got to clean up these lanes, but Nile, he's not wasting any time. He sets up the slow push and now is running back to try and collapse upon this.
Oh, Emma tries to go for the poke, and with the go away, they don't actually find the kill. Now it's going to be a clap back from Finn. It's a shutdown onto Haji. Super Marco finds Shogun, though, and will surprisingly pick up a double. But Eman is still alive. Do they still have hope? Abyssal Arrow will land onto Owen, and they find another trade.
That's exactly what you want to see. It's all about Iman here. Wait, no.
Oh, Flap, you have to avoid Flap. But Finn, the disruption. It could have been enough, but Kyle was just too quick to act. Eman trying to go for the chase on Super Marco. 1v1 with the nature, and Finn finishes him off.
Yo, that was so sick. What timing on the Maestro must have. That's why he's the conductor. He doesn't miss a beat. What a well-timed arrow mid-air. And even Finn, he was looking at it. Look at this one more time, right? This big old fight happens. Everybody's going crazy with it. Ogwin, really the game changer with the Wrath of the Dryads. But later on into this fight, that intersection. Wait for it. Where's the arrow? He hits it, and then it all goes down.
And this 1-1-1 too.
So good. That was so crazy. Woo. Finn should be happy with that. Finn should be happy. That redeems him for the early mistakes, but now it really just comes down to execution, and that's the truth of it, right? Falcons and Vitality both have a really good understanding of how both compositions need to kind of dance around each other, but that dancing gives more advantages to Falcon for the raw firepower. Vitality.
Oh, they find another arrow. It's gonna be Flab. He's not as tanky, but Shogun's actually the one who falls down first. But with the Wrath of Dryad and another setup from Finn. The iframes from Nile keep him safe too. It's only Vitality finding a 1-for-1.
Holy cow, this is only game number 1, and we are seeing that they are fighting tooth and nail. Ogwin should go down here.
He could not get away from that. But that's a response from Super
Whoa!
Mario. But the go away will just shove him out. They couldn't go for the committed Haji. Nearly falling. Still has the ultimate from the Badang. But Vitality are gonna play it safe.
They gotta breathe. They gotta breathe for just a moment. Kyle, he can still deal with these waves on the sides. It's just that main Lord force that they can't really deal with it. Super Marco will try his absolute best, but they're saying, you know what? We can't hold on to this. Let's give up this inhibitor. Yes, the long lane is not gonna be in our favor, but we got Kyle to deal with that consistently.
Was that a chastise picked up by Kyle here? It's like he was forced to almost adjust his items just because of how good Emman's been positioning himself on the Melissa as well. The every single time he uses the go away. It's just so perfectly timed.
It's ridiculous, and I think this is super understandable, right? Why multiple people need to get the chastised pauldron. With the extended range, thanks to muddles, sometimes you're not in that range to actually get the attack speed reduction. At this point, you got to be able to hit the right targets at the right time, and as much as everybody needs to slow it down, it does eventually come to start biting you in the butt. I think that Iman has been playing perfectly so far, but I think this chastised pauldron from Kyle, he needs it just to go in, force to get away from Iman, heal back up, and return to the fight.
Yeah, and that's something they can do. It's on Fanny, so you could just expect them to get into the fight fast. With Vitality, they've been holding this out really, really well. Finn gets to spot out a couple members from Falcons all over again. They're fighting for this purple buff. They don't want to hand it over to Kyle. But Open, will he be the sacrifice? Another arrow from Moreno! He actually forces the Purify from Super Marco!
God, what are these angles? The Maestro finds it once more, building up to this big piece, but Falcons aren't completely out of this just yet. Man, what a turnaround. With such a good early game from the Falcons, Vitality have been playing some incredible defense, and now seeing them on the attack, it's a pretty difficult game for either side. A single mistake could predetermine who wins and who loses. We're already 18 minutes into this game. The next Lord has spawned. Keep in mind, this Lord is vital. It's going to be walking around with some extra damage reduction.
Open goes for the concealed play because they spot Nile up top, but they're not able to get anything out of it. Nile's just going to really get away and now transition to the Lord. They might just go burst this down.
Yep, they're definitely going to burst this down. Let's see if the steal can happen. Here comes Kyle. He's thinking about it.
Okay, the go away is still available, but it's Nile who secures the retribution. Falcons want to go for the chase. The go away already burst out with another arrow landing on Kyle. Do they have what it takes?
You're joking.
They find the kill on Kyle. And another setup from Finn. Together with the damage from Emma, but the clap back with the blazing good from Super Marco. They actually get to trade out some kills. Emma still being alive though is not looking good for Falcons.
They're trying to go even further than this. Is Owen. He's eating the damage finally. But look at that top side. Iman is running straight for the base.
Super Marco's the only one left here, but he couldn't do anything about it. Alongside the Lord in a triple from Nile. Team Vitality take game number 1.
Nobody's sad after that match. Nobody is going to leave their seats. We've got to see game number 2. You know what? They don't need a break. They can just go again. Give us more. We need more.
So many fans are happy right now. Fans wearing Vitality jerseys, holding up placards, showing their support. And that was a absolute close fight. You gotta give it to them. But you also gotta give it to Falcons. Like, they had such a great hold of the early game. So you just can't help but wonder, how did it turn out like this?
I think a lot of it comes down to Moreno in middle school.
Yeah.
He learned trigonometry really fast. How do you hit so many arrows on priority targets? Some who don't even care because they're on cables. Mid-air, we've seen Kyle getting hit by this. And as much as he was able to dominate this early stage of the game, and even Flap, they start to fall off. That armor shred is good, but the team fight, and especially with Finn's catches, man, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow.
Finn's catches, exactly. One of the main highlights I feel in this game. Because you put so much pressure on him already before you actually got into game number 1, because he's the sole guy who could just disrupt, who could just catch and set up for the team maybe. Aside from, oh my gosh, look at your face.
I was losing it. I was losing it because of this catch right here. Right here. What an unbelievable catch coming in from Finn to set this all up. And all the while, Iman, he's playing a really, really hot game here today.
Yes.
I thought it was always going to be Finn and Moreno kind of making things happen. Sometimes you get Niall in the mix here and there. But really, it was Iman to be the foundation and the anchor for the team. And he played a phenomenal Melissa.
I agree. Eman on this Melissa. You guys just couldn't see it, but we're honestly sweating right now.
It is boiling up in here on the caster's desk, considering how much energy has been expended here on game number 1. You saw it from all the Vitality members. They all had to, crack open their waters because they were not only just communicating, they were shouting through and through.
I can imagine. I guess we were too caught up in what was happening here too, but I could faintly hear the screams. Also from Team Falcons fans, because imagine that.
It was so beautiful. It's great to see that now we've come to the point of the game where it's not just about learning about fundamentals, the different little types of matchups. Not only are they playing to their strengths, but it's about execution. And that's the beautiful part. Both sides have traded blows at this point, and I think that Falcons now recognize, okay, if we're going to have to keep this clean, we gotta keep it more standard. We gotta figure out a better way to start exploiting Vitality. And number 1, it comes down to whether or not they can get this Melissa out of their hands.
And I think for the last 3 or 4 team fights, major team fights at that, Eman was just always surviving. I always had my eyes on Eman for some reason because I just knew for a fact that Falcons had to take him out. And you could probably expect a lot of them to do that. It's either Kyle, maybe even Flap, because I feel like Flap went past the timers where he could just deal with Shogun. I feel like they really couldn't do the Dyros into the Uranus all over again anymore, especially come late game, but even Flap couldn't find Eman.
But here's the thing, Flap, he's going with the build that he had. He's going for that full tank. Obviously, he has, a component just to give him a little bit of damage in the early stages of the game, but then you see moments like, him diving into that mid-tier 1, trying to clear that wave and giving up his life. He is not at the same level as Uranus. He is great at tread, he is great at sustain, but if he's not in that middle of the fight hitting multiple targets to get the heal, he's not going to be as tanky as you think he is.
Yeah, it was really good execution, honestly. Vitality, I knew I had a feeling that this was the kind of game we were getting ourselves into before the series started, but I did not expect it to be like this in game number 1. Started with game number 1.
I'm losing my words here. We're going to be throwing it over to a quick interview with Luke to see what his thoughts about this pregame about. It's too much. Let's throw it over to Luke, man.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
I was walking at the venue and it turns out Luke is here all the way from Indonesia, pro player from Indonesia.
Pro player.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good.
Yeah.
Enjoying Paris?
Yeah, enjoy so much.
By the way, why are you here?
Because I'm fans of Vitality.
Fans of Vitality? Not Onyx?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit, but more Vitality.
More Vitality.
Is it because you're close with them? I mean,
Because
they are your
I'm
ex-teammates.
Vitality right now.
Oh, you are Vitality right now. Okay. Speaking of Vitality, you caught the match yesterday. It looked like it took them a little bit of time to finish out that game. Was that a result that you were expecting?
Yeah, of course. Because I know they are so strong, right?
Okay. So it took them a while, but you did expect them to win eventually. Is it because of the meta right now? Because a lot of people are saying that this meta favors Indonesian teams more than the Filipino teams. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I agree. Because right now, Assassin meta, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I think both of team in Indonesia are really good at Assassin. Like Nanail and Kyrie is so good.
But, I mean, on the other side, we have Sakai's from SRG. We have Zaur Egoist earlier on. We have Kyle, Carl, TZ. Are they not good on Assassins?
They good, but I think I'm more biased on Nile.
He's biased on Nile.
Nile so good.
Nile is so good. It's not just because you guys are close, right? You actually think objectively he's good.
No, I'm not close with Nile.
Oh, you're not?
Yeah. It's my enemy.
Oh, he's your...
Yeah.
What happened?
Just... I hate him.
Okay. You hate him, but you're supporting
but
Vitality.
I support him, yeah.
Very interesting. On that notion, do you have a message to Team Vitality who's going to go up soon?
Just give space to our maestro, Moreno, yeah? He will carry.
Carry. Moreno, the maestro, will carry. Do you maybe have a message for Onyx?
For Onyx... Yeah, good luck.
What is that smile?
Good luck for Onyx. Yeah. we hope this EWC can grand finals to Team Indo.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. But what about the fans back at home? I think people are waiting for you to say something maybe to the Indonesian supporters that are watching right now.
Bahas aja ya.
Boleh.
Gue cuma 5 hari guys, ntar gue restream nonton gue ya.
He said he's going to be here only for 5 days, so watch him restream.
Yeah.
I'll watch you restream.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Luke,
thank you
for
so
your
much.
time. And we're going to throw it back over to you guys.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go! Tyler Wine, you're done. Raw energy. Blow the house down.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
I've went and grabbed Glitter Explosion once again for a little update from the Gadea City Grid. How's things going today? You've got a couple of days at your competition, but things are heating up, right?
Well, they are. I mean, we're already into our finals. We have a 3-day-long finals. Day one has started today. Now, we're only one match in so far. However, to kick things off, we already saw a big win out of T1. And they weren't even one of the teams that we touched on in the beginning, but they are in that CC race. However, 3 days of finals means a lot of gameplay. And we still have Navi at the top of our leaderboard heading into finals. We have Liquid. We have Falcons. We have Vitality. We have AGAL. Twisted Minds. So
it's busy.
This is really busy for our finals.
Yeah, excellent. I mean, look, we've got a lot going on there. So we'll be keeping up to date as much as we possibly can. But it sounds like there's going to be huge implications in the club championships. Well, thank you very much once again. We'll be checking in throughout the rest of the week. Thanks, guys.
Welcome back to MSC. There's some great people in the crowd who won prizes in between our games. Okay, just so y'all know, I got number 1, but of course, we got to make the people in the crowd very happy and they got it. Welcome back. We're heading into the draft. Trex, I feel like everything that we said about the draft from game number 1, it hit. We saw how Vitality struggled early on to deal with the Fanny, but then the inevitable happened. The Melissa, and of course, when that Selena and Badang started hitting together, they were unstoppable.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I doubted the Badang and the Selena a little bit there. I did not respect the game completely, and though it took some time, once it mattered, once they were able to buy into that late game, it was on. That final big play with the fist crack followed up by the arrow, completely foreseeing Kyle's entry into the mid lane and just stopping in its tracks. Very well done by Vitality. Now, will I say that the draft was a complete win? Will I say that I think honestly they won that game off of skill as well, right?
100%.
Both teams had the ability to win that game off of their drafts, which means coming into game 2, anything could happen here, right? It's definitely possible for Falcon to tie things up. Both teams have shown that they know what they can do in their draft. And it's definitely possible for Vitality as well to pull this off and look for the 2-0.
And it was such an entertaining game because we got to see both lineups do their thing. As we mentioned earlier, Falcons got to do their thing for majority of the game. But then Vitality, with their sheer mechanics and skill, as you mentioned, were able to pop off, make sure that Melissa and Eman was the one who was bulletproof in the previous game. So Falcons goes ahead and bans out the Phovius, trying to bait out a reaction towards a potential first pick of Freya for the side of Falcons. But we also can't forget about some of the major trades that we have through the Atlas, the Valentina, and other great picks that we still have in the meta. Marcel is still open, by the way.
Falcons will opt for that blue side first pick on this. Quick fun fact from Kyle. He has said that they're very strong Vitality. Niall always bullies me in scrims. Just don't bully me in the tournament too.
So it's a little bit more context to what Niall said earlier with the interview with Eterna about how he sees just him and TNG as the top junglers here mechanics-wise, based off of results of the scrims, but not referring to what he believes when it comes to the tournament space once you're there on the stage. So the Valentina gets taken out here by Falcons now, with the Atlas gone. Yeah, that forces out the Marcel ban. So far, it's the bans of Falcons are more on forcing Vitality to ban certain heroes.
Yeah, and it's a little bit different than last time. We're not going to see the Valentina this game. The Marcel banned out. Will that Ling be banned out? Last time it was Vitality on blue side who decided to ban out, which forced the big trade of either leaving the Fanny open or not, and Falcon called the bluff and ended up paying the price for it. Now with Falcons putting in their last ban, we still have all the assassins up. Jushin also still available and open. Freya still available and open. With things like Valentina and Atlas and Phoveus getting banned out, it means that there's a lot to trade up on, and Falcons want to go for that trade.
Whoa.
And while they're doing it, they take out the Selena, which I think is a good play overall. Do more of a target ban and leave some of those prio picks open.
Yeah, I think at that point, Falcons are already deciding the possibility that the Seleno is going to come in way early, similar to what we saw get drafted earlier in MSC. If I'm not mistaken, that was Vitality who was able to do that in day number 1. So a lot of great options here available for Falcons.
All right, so Freya, Ling, and Fanny all open, meaning Vitality could go for the Harara ban.
Yep.
Could definitely go for the Harara ban. They could still get a Fanny or a Ling, or they can go, I mean, for any of the three, essentially, right? They can still, they go for the Freya instead, which I'm a little surprised about, but still very viable because they still get the Belleric, that means, because if they wanted to go Freya +1, they would have had to give over that roam position. Falcons now deciding, what do we want out of the big three?
Yeah.
And what do we want to respond with? They go for the Eudora, which didn't even see it. It's a hero that I still have to get used to.
Yeah, same. Eudora as the first pick. Because with the Valentina getting banned out, they have to be wary of picking their jungler right away. Because Vitality, they are encouraged to pick up the Belleric in the first phase. With the Valentina gone, then Falcons won't have their own Wrath of Dryad to steal away. And with the Atlas banned by Vitality as well, they might just pick up the Belleric here and now.
Yeah, did they just go for the Belleric Harara? They weren't the same thing as last time, pretty much.
Belleric Harara, Belleric Ling. Honestly.
Or just either don't even pick up the assassin because you're going to get one of the three.
Yeah, it's like you have such a wide field to play with. You could just adjust. A lot of options here for Vitality, but because
left for mid lane.
Okay, so they will get the Ling Belleric as expected. Mid lane for Moreno. Let's see if they're still willing to play the juice in later on, maybe into red 3, red 4. But I think a lineup that can clear the mid a little bit faster for Vitality will encourage them to take control of the river and make sure that their Ling is happy.
Does Falcon commit once again to an assassin pick, or do they try to switch things up here a little bit? We've seen a lot work against the assassins. They go for the Fanny once again. In the Barats into the EXP this time. Do we think we're going to see maybe something crazy and get the double fighter off? The only time we've seen the Barats so far is when there's also a fighter in gold or something of that nature.
But it's tough considering that Vitality is going to be coming back at red 4 as the first pick and they have bans. They can just take away the Paquito. The Freya is already gone. Usually when we saw Barrets in the EXP and then it's paired up with another fighter in the opposite side, it's either just the Paquito and the Freya, unless they're going to dig deep and go for something else, like maybe along the lines of a Ruby, but you don't really see enough picks that would warrant that. I think they can just double down and play the traditional in terms of their gold lane option, but let's see how it's going to go. Melissa is still going to be the pick here for Vitality, and the problem right now is for Falcons because of their picks. They don't have enough that long range reach to really mess up this Melissa. With the Ling, with the Belleric especially, Eman might be on the way to another bulletproof game.
Looking good for Vitality in my book, at least for first side of this draft. At least in terms of how they were able to make everything work last game. Don't get me wrong, the early game could still be troublesome for them. Falcons had an amazing early game last time with the Fanny pick.
Yeah.
And everything else behind it. So Falcons maybe want to also run back the same type of game, but just play a little bit better, close it out a little bit faster?
Maybe. Oh, wow. Respect on the Minotaur of Ogwen. That actually could have messed up the lineup of Vitality. At least that wider reach might give Falcons a moment to not get peppered by the basic attacks of that Melissa. So maybe the fact that they're not going, they're going into the second phase of the drafting without their Ogwen pick just yet might hurt them. Atlas is gone. Beleric was taken away. The Minotaur option's gone.
We see the Badong ban from Falcon this time.
And they did. Good call, Drax. Good call. Still respecting the possibility that the Beleric will suddenly show up in the EXP lane. Beleric, who would have thought, would end up becoming a really poisonous flex pick for MSC at EWC 26.
All right, so now Vitality, last ban on the field. Take out the Minotaur. Do they keep going into the roaming position? What is really left at this point?
Really trying to run through the names of roamers, but in terms of the top ones we see, these are like the main trades, unless Falcons are going to pick up something like the Cho. They get them
could still be a possibility.
Yeah, at least there's going to be a moment where you will be able to knock up the Melissa in her ult, but then you'll get yeeted out of the dome right away with a getaway. But if they're going to play this Barris in the EXP, you're encouraged to be able to rotate fast and clear fast in the mid. You need a concussive blast roamer with this Eudora. They might still just end up picking up the Cho there.
Cho could definitely be a possibility.
They can close out with a Cho Moskov, maybe, for Marco. Wouldn't be too crazy. If Vitality are looking to, and if they're willing to get a mid laner that has to shred damage for the Bears, they might want to go and consider the Lunox at the center of the map. Oh, Sora getting taken away. Oh, forgot about
Lunox
him.
definitely not a bad pick. You get the Brilliance to get away from the Fanny as well. You have some defensive capabilities. You don't have as much range against the Eudora, and you can still get one-shotted. You know, it's because the Eudora is just so quick about it, you don't have... It could be dangerous. On the side of Vitality...
They do need to
lock in your mid here and save the flex.
Yeah.
Save the EXP flex, the possibility.
Yeah, at least you have room to adjust and surprise. That Beleric, I think it's something that's making Falcons scratch their heads. They banned out a roamer, they banned out an EXP option, so that is still definitely something they're thinking about. Is Vitality going to be picking up here? Maybe a little bit more range through the mid or a little bit more shred. Which route are they going to go? How about a little bit more sustainability? They pick up the Esmeralda at the EXP. They do show their options already for Roman EXP. You're just waiting for their mid laner now.
So you just, like you said, we pick up the Moskov for Falcon.
Yeah. Moskov and
Do you think
Cho.
they could go something like the Kaja here? Something to pick off this Ling?
I think for that...
Ruby roam?
Just of how fast... Ooh.
Against the Esmeralda? Possibly catch the Ling whenever he dashes in?
Yeah, but tough considering the Beleric and the Melissa, so... It sounds like it's 50-50 because you're getting a lot of good things, but I feel like the bad things you get out of a Ruby roam surprise might be worse, so... Kaja, in terms of pick-off, I can see it, but I still lean towards the Show. They go for the Brody, okay.
One of the few heroes that can probably get... that can put out some range.
Right. This was one of the picks that Falcons have already shown here. The Akai roam for Ogwen. They get the Brody. Kai and Eudora in the center. It's fast, clear. Not as fast in the rotations, but it will be annoying for the Link to deal with in the team fights. But again, the problem still stands. Will they be able to reach this Melissa with the composition that Falcons has? Their front line needs to be stalwart. It needs to hold for a long time so that Brody could get the stacks off, pop that torn apart memory, melt them front to back until the Melissa has to get away.
So last pick for Vitality, still need a mid laner. Yeve's open, we haven't seen that in a bit. Jushin's also still open. They just go for the Jushin, right?
Yeah, something that we mentioned also. Could be good and could be annoying for the Akai. You're going to be forced to use your dashes. The Vexana. Because of the Akai and the Barretts in front of you, and it does have a lot of disengagement protection for the Melissa.
Yeah, definitely a great answer. Overall, we've seen it picked once before. And even when before I was kind of questioning it, we saw how well it can do with the stiff arm, with the ability to get that Terrify. Something similar to the Arrow, not as long stunning as the Arrow, but something still similar, right? So if he can make some of those quick picks, drop down the Warrior in the nick of time, it could be detrimental to the way they want to play this game.
All right, that has been it for myself and Trex here at the studio. Will we see another game where both teams get to do what their lineup wants to do, or will one of them dominate? One to either advance right now or to still hold on and force a game number 3. Bring you over to our casters, Brigida and Gideon.
5 seconds.
Thanks so much. It's going to be a good day here today because we're all hoping that this is not going to be a one-sided battle. We need to see a repeat of game number 1 where both sides are basically turning this MOBA into a fighting game as we jump into game number 2. Team Falcons PH on the blue side, facing off against Team Vitality on the red side. And let's go through this composition because again, that Vexana last pick actually is pretty genius here. So good at like just not only peeling off, but becoming a legitimate threat to the front lines. Like Owen, at a certain point, will not be able to take that kind of damage from Moreno.
And it's like adding an additional front line to your lineup in general, which I feel would work out really well for them, but that's multiple. Pull yourself together.
So many. And now, instant evade here.
Oh, Fork Lightning, stunning multiple members. But Kyle, unfortunately, had to be the first one to go down in this fight. A not so good start for Falcons, but they traded out with the Roamer, which I don't think makes it any better.
It does make it any... can somebody punish this? Yep, there we go. Haji goes down and Moreno survives. His ego challenges it. No problem. Full faith that the rest of the team... I mean, Moreno got the last pick. He was ready to give that kill over and trade his life for Nile. Like, he did not care at all. He has done his job, and he knows he's going to do it again and again and again.
Okay, that looked really good with Fork Lightning just catching multiple members too, though, but I guess you have to really pay attention to this being a Belleric and you just potentially being caught again. If Moreno went down here, I feel like that would somewhat equalize things a bit, but the fact that he didn't, I really feel like Vitality got the better out of that. But also, I feel like in terms of compositions, I also want to point out how at least with the Akai pick, they kind of forced out the Purify from Emma. So that might make things a bit better for Falcons too when it comes to the team fights later on.
And that was something that I was trying to figure out, right? I was talking to you telling like, man, how do we force this Ballista to actually take the Purify? I think Ogwin has got a pretty good answer to that. Falcons already have this first position and I don't see it happening as bot side is getting attacked.
Yep, Super Marco looking like the target here. Doesn't have the ultimate yet, but he doesn't need it anyway and will survive. Just had to burn the flicker nonetheless, but at least he didn't have to go down with that attempt.
Yep, all he lost was his flicker. He still doesn't lose out too much. And even you can see Emon making sure he's doing his due diligence, throwing muddles into tri-brushes to open up that side of the map for him, just in case anything... Well, that was a Daytona's welcome.
Oh, on to Shogun, and with the help of Kyle, they actually pick up the kill. So this is a different approach to the combos that we saw from Vitality. It's a Barrett and a Fanny working together now.
But I do think it was interesting, right? They already knew that it was going to be Barrett playing into Shogun at this stage of the game, right? And I think the only way that Shogun actually has any chance in this lane is hitting and trading really well against Flap before he gets the stacks. Once he's gotten to that enraged Dino form and he can start doing the stomps in the middle of the wave, he will out-sustain Shogun until Shogun gets that enchanted talisman.
Yeah, he didn't have the Purify at that point too, right?
You're right.
So
yes.
There was just no way to really get out of it, and he had to accept his fate right there. Owen gets poked down a bit here, though. He still have a couple seconds before the next objective spawns, but Falcons have been just quietly increasing this lead that they have in their hands.
It's still a small lead. We saw how game 1 went, so until we start seeing like a 5K lead, something closer to like the 6K, then there should be, you know, a sigh of relief for all the Falcons fans out there. But for now, 2-2, a pretty even score as Nile has been hopping around and stealing away camps here and there.
He actually got that gold crab, I feel, using the retribution for it though, but it's gonna come up again once the objective spawns anyway. But I feel like nonetheless Vitality will struggle to a certain extent when if they wanna contest, because it's an Akai still that you're dealing with. It's not an Akai jungle, but I think that makes it all the more difficult to deal with, because its primary objective, it's not split between having to secure the objective and having to zone out. It's just really zoning out.
Yeah, that was a... I'm gonna touch on it later, but for now, the fight.
There you go. It's the heavy spin pushing them away, and now Vitality are unable to contest for the objective. But the flicker in from Spin and the falling star from Shogun. The knockup as well from the Eternal Guard. Flap actually finds one, but that's a Purify used by Shogun, so he will be okay. Tempest of Blades coming in from Nile. Kyle trying to look for his target to go away. He had to change target, and the terrified from the deathly grasp. He couldn't just freely cable his way through the fight.
That's a 3-for-2 trade in favor of the Falcons here. And I think that Vitality, it was a pretty good idea. Overall, if they got Super Marco at the end there, it would have been 100% worth it. But just look at this wombo combo, right? How do you deal with this? And this is why I think the Vexana is so good, because now it's not about priority targets. I do max % health damage. Build what you want. Hey, you know what? Build 3 Guardian Helms if you really want to.
Yeah. So far, Moreno again and Eman have been untouched in this game. And it's starting to become a problem, I feel, for Falcons, because you even saw how Flap was just so decisive in wanting to go for him. Hold on, Ogwen. It's not a good time to be.
Look, he's not lagging. Both sides are not lagging. They're playing a perfect ping here at EWC. Iman is baiting him to do it.
Oh, they're all going in for Haji! Couldn't survive that. Now it's going to be Kyle trying to look for a trade, but he will be unable to find Niall. Now it's Finn setting up with a Wrath of Dryad. And now they're in the jungle of Team Falcons.
Darn it, if only Niall had just a little bit more energy, he could have re-entered that fight to take Kyle out. But now they've kind of used everything at this stage. They got their profit, they walk away. No point trying to greed out for more. And I think the Falcons this time, they need to kind of break the battle lines. I think instead of Flap having to target some of the other characters here, I think he might need to just jump on Moreno. But I want him to go for Iman at the same time. It's just a tough call.
You really have to think hard about who your target is going to be, because it's very single target. And Haji has just not been able to have the same free time as Moreno in this game. In the series, at least.
Yeah.
Moreno has been too free. The way that they've been linking together with Finn has been such phenomenal performance from Vitality so far. But now let's see, because Falcons are setting up for this turtle.
Oh, interesting. Conceal to push Shogun out of position, allowing Vitality to reveal themselves first. The big issue is that Finn has that Flicker and Wrath of the Dryad, so, I mean, they've got good counter engage, so somehow Flap and Ogwen need to poke out their targets. I would argue that Haji needs to as well, but there's so many times where as soon as he shows up, that's an instant engagement from the side of Vitality.
Yep, at least Ogwen now somewhat finds his way back to the turtle pit, but Eman is feeling like a zoner right now. The way he just puts Muddles out there and deals a certain amount of damage towards the front lines, it's not just making things easy for Falcons, who just want to position themselves around this pit. Ogwen now below half HP! Flap doesn't land the Daytona's welcome, and the heavy spin flicker combo just to get away, but Ogwen might just be the first to fall here in this fight. It's a killing spree for Moreno. Kyle doesn't even have his purple buff yet, and Niall's not allowing him to take it freely. He still has a retribution, but he can't get close.
This is a scary game. Holy cow.
Holy cow.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, Flap could not stand that. What? Where could he go? There's not much mobility you can rely on as a Barrett either. It's just the Daytona's welcome charge, and that's about it.
This game's kind of ridiculous because it's really a game of chicken, right? It's whoever backs down from the fight first, and unfortunately for Falcons, for them to reposition, it's a lot harder in comparison to Vitality, who again are playing all for one and one for all with Iman here, who's doing a phenomenal job of keeping himself alive, and best yet, he's almost single-handedly getting Ogwen to use the heavy spin on him.
And when Kyle went for him, he didn't even feel the need to use the go away just yet. He's just that much ahead on this Melissa. Again, 0 deaths in this game. No one could target him. So you could just sense that he perfectly mastered the timings in which he is supposed to use the go away, and that's posing multiple problems from Falcons right now.
Yeah, and every single time you see Kyle trying to contest, trying to get a set. Wait, hold on.
Okay, Eman still has the Purify, not using it yet, just uses the go away, and it's gonna be enough to push Ogwen out. Kyle trying to go for the engage with the Wrath of Dryad, once again catching members. Eman's though alive again.
No.
Falcons are low, and Niall is here for the cleanup.
No.
Even under the turret, he's fine.
Kyle missed one cable, the most important cable from the destroyed structure of the turret. It just slipped right in between. I thought it was going to connect, but there was just too much noise in the middle of it to be accurate. Let's look at it one more time. Because again, Owen keeps him locked down, but as soon as the go away is done, Kyle instantly takes out one target, looks for the second, but that last cable didn't connect, so he couldn't get that last bit of burst, allowing Iman to reposition. How unfortunate.
It just got a bit too messy, I agree.
Been destroyed.
It's so unfortunate. Now you feel the responsibility that Kyle has right now, because at that point, Eman was within reach.
It was. They were. And I think that right now, if they just need Super Marco to just live for a little bit longer.
No, oh, what? Okay, that was a warranted attempt from Falcons. They finally get the kill onto Eman. Finn now left alone, using the Wrath of Dryad, still surviving for just a bit longer. Nile, though, does he want to go in? Will he find a target? He will probably wait a bit more and just play it safe for now.
And I love the fact that Nile, they both understand each other's composition. So now, just existing, just putting himself in a position where he is visible to the Falcons will make them second guess. Hey, we don't want to greed this out too much. We already got what we were looking for.
Yep.
Finn and Eman are down. We can take first position at this point. Now the next problem is Moreno until Eman gets back to the pit.
Yeah, and that was unexpected. You wouldn't really expect Sir Super Marco and Haji to be the combo to take out Eman, but I guess the damage really is going to come from them now. It's Kyle securing the objective, but Nile goes in. Haji very low on HP. Eman is going to finish him off, and the backlines are being taken care of as Eman's just really throwing out these needles. Shogun being in the face of 3 members of Falcons, and now there's a Daytona's welcome coming in from Flap, but he will not survive this attempt.
Whoa!
God, flying in! Go away, keeping Eman safe, but Falcons are going to settle with that.
Man, that was nasty. Shogun purposefully just standing right on top of Flap. As soon as he saw the Daytona's welcome, all he had to do was position himself just a little bit further to make sure people step away. But just look at this, right? Instantly, they find a big punish onto Haji, right? Nile had to quickly use that Bladed Tempest. If not, he was gonna get locked down into this wall. But look at it, Shogun. Instantly, he zones Super Marco and then walks back into the Daytona's welcome to get eaten, allowing him on to get the free hits. Luckily, Kyle and Flap communicated. We can at least blow one of them up.
Yep. Now it's a Blade of Despair pickup for Nile, as well as Moreno gets a Blood Wings. Falcons are going to utilize this Lord to at least equalize and get a bit more map control, though.
Stolen. Nice. Nice. That's going to take away a little bit of influence coming in from Nile. He can't just do whatever he wants willy-nilly. He will have to go into a side lane and then recall rather than walk his butt back. But you know, considering everything and considering game number 1, Vitality have shown that they are great on the defense, right? They pulled the lead back onto their side, and now they're just handing it back over to Falcons until the next Lord's fight.
Yep, they have a lot of ways to deal with a big player, honestly. It's a Vexana, it's a Melissa, and you just really can walk up front knowing that they have Muddle, knowing that they have a potential Eternal Guard dropping down on you at any moment. So they will somehow still be able to deal with the Lord, and this is still a very small lead that you're seeing 12 minutes into the game. So I feel like even Falcons at this point would be very careful and would not really assume that they're in a complete advantage just yet.
I think, honestly, they recognize that they're actually at a disadvantage until Haji is able to close the distance onto Eman and one-shot him. I don't see this game going the way that they want to, because even for Super Marco, right, his damage is, yes, great, against structures, against heroes, sure, it's fine, but the big issue is that he's running Sky Piercer. He's the big finisher. He cannot keep up with the hard DPS that's being pumped out of Eman like an absolute sweatshop factory. He's getting kicks out for everybody.
Yeah, Emma right now, it's great that Falcons had found a way to deal with him, but it's only been that one instance up top. Other than that, let's see how they deal with it this time. That's the ultimate already coming out from Haji. Vitality are still gonna be okay though. Kyle trying to fly over the other members, but Moreno, did you see that? He was just like walking, avoiding the cables. Not even much reaction coming out of Moreno in that sequence.
Yeah, does Nile have his purple buff? Because I saw Haji throwing out his ultimate like, you know, his life depended on it. Luckily, Nile does actually have his purple buff, so good. At least we know that Haji, he's willing to throw his ult out. It's pretty short cooldown at this stage of the game, and I think this next Lord spawn, it's a make it or break it for either side. They're dead even in gold. Majority of the outer turrets have been destroyed. It is a very awkward parallel between the two.
I'm so not used to seeing this small of a lead already 30 minutes into this game. It's literally insignificant. It's so close between Team Falcons and Team Vitality right now. Both junglers on the opposite sides, but it's just going to be recall for now.
Now it's about, I think it's the macro, right? At this point, it's how do you get under and how do you figure out a good timing? And I think that both Vitality and Falcons, they're junglers, right? They're not showing themselves on the side lanes. And Vitality have at least a huge advantage when it comes down to poking them out. Because every single time, right? Ogun walks up, Iman instantly throws out Muddles. Waits for the cooldown, rinse and repeat.
Watch out for Haji though. They gotta watch out for Haji. They gotta check where he is.
Oh, he doesn't know. They have no idea now. Wait, is Finn gonna double check it? He might.
Okay, they still don't know.
Oh.
Because I don't think it hit. I don't think the first still connected.
And it doesn't reveal the entire bushes until it connects onto somebody. You're absolutely right with that. But Niall finally gets the endless battle and his position. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Hey, Finn, you're walking straight into something. Okay, now they spot Haji. Eman is gonna be fully aware that Haji will be positioned at that spot, but it is gonna be a quick reposition. Falcons are really trying to play around this glass cannon pick of potential for Haji.
Yeah, they're trying to like slowly slot him into that backline, and Colin as well as Niall. Oh, good stuff coming in from Niall, instantly revealing him, and now Vitality should have a little bit more confidence to start walking back up into that first position again, and maybe set up a slow push down on bot side.
Yeah, but it's Haji. It's Haji and Ogwen walking up top to support! Kyle, did they kill and take down Niall? Vitality might want to commit to this fight here in the Lord pit, though. It's a flicker from Flap, gets cancelled out real quick. The knocker from the Eternal Guard and the heavy spin from Ogwen. Flap is gonna be traded out. Ogwen looking like the next target, but Vitality have to play it safe. Kyle is within the area.
Ooh, nice movement coming up from Aman. Kyle was thinking for half a second, if he keeps running away, maybe I go for the chase. I saw the stun get thrown out. I saw the taunt get thrown out. And more importantly, wait a minute, the Wrath of the Dryads has come back off of cooldown, right? Finn has been holding it for the longest time. And even though they don't have their retribution for the next 7 seconds, they're trying to make sure that Falcons, hey, you're going to fight on our terms, on our turf.
Okay, they're starting this. Niall's gonna be back. He's going to be back real quick. Ogwen now facing the damage, already below half HP. Haji already using the ultimate. Kyle showing up behind, but they're just going for the Lord! Kyle! He's shut down by Niall!
This game, the conceal. Wait, Finn, he might flicker for this, but now underneath their own inhibitor, that conceal is going to keep them safe. The trades have been beautiful from both sides. What a tight game this is, and really just showing the extent of Melissa. She can sustain underneath the Lord, no problem. Throws out Muddles. She can not only kill the Lord, but also poke out Ogwen at the same time.
And deal with Kyle. It's crazy to think how Eman is able to do this on a Melissa.
1 man, 3 problems solved.
Now they're taking 1 base turret down bottom, and they still have the Lord marching in the base. That's an immortality pickup for Finn. They're getting poked down. Oh, the Daytona's welcome not connecting. Flap now getting knocked up and taunted as well. He's already very, very low. But Niall, he gets caught. Eman just trying to deal with the base turret for now, but they don't have any minions left. Another Eternal Guard and a wave coming in mid.
Yeah, but they have nothing to worry about as Ogwen tries to pull them away, forcing out at least 1 flicker. Oh no, turn around!
A flicker from Finn to set the Wrath of Dryad in place, and it's only Kyle, Haji, and Ogwen left to defend, but can they? They're approaching the base. They have minions left. It's a
like
flicker from Haji, but Eman, he's still alive!
And the defense is successful from Falcons. Haji, despite all the damage thrown into his face, manages to hold on. There's 1 more wave though. Kyle, he's gonna have to pull it somehow.
Eman got his HP back, but does Kyle finish off the kill? He had a bit of nature. He couldn't, and another muddle setup. Haji fights Shogun, but the heavy spin to push the minions out. Can they do this time?
Come on, Eman! It takes out immortality purchase with a Haas Claw. He's going to be able to sustain. Finally, this might be a Super Marco. Doesn't make it in time. And there you have it.
8-2-0 for Team Vitality as they secure the knockout stage.
Oh, what a beautiful game. Oh my goodness. I needed to see just 1 more. Just 1 more game. That would have been great. But now a new problem has arisen. A polished Melissa coming up from Eman, solving 3 unique problems all at the same time. The tournament meta is starting to evolve and really coming into its own.
And it feels like each team has their very own version of it.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy. I'm speechless because this early game, right? This Vexana pick really came in clutch to kind of work in the same way as the Eudora. You want to hurt your opponents, but at the same time, the big problem with Eudora is she's oppressive when she's ahead. but she, unfortunately, similarly to Moreno on this Vexana, are hyper squishy and are very useless once their cooldowns are depleted.
Yeah. The only times we really got to see them maximize the Eudora burst was when they had to burn the flicker alongside it too. So that put Taji in a very vulnerable position already, and that's something they just had to accept because they weren't able to really make anything out of it if they don't make these certain sacrifices. And Vitality just take advantage of it every single time. Oh no, look at us again, we're just losing it. This series has been a 2-0, yes, but it did not feel like a 2-0.
It was not a close 2-0 at all, every single moment. I think unfortunately for the Falcons, right, you cannot just out-mechanic these boys anymore. They're going to have to rethink it. The tournament meta only develops as we continue on. Let's throw it over to our victors up on the stage with Rose for the interview.
Oh my goodness, this match literally blew my mind away. Team Vitality winning 2-0 clean sweep up against Team Falcons Philippines. And right now we are on stage with Shogun. How are you feeling after such a crazy game?
It feels great, but we need to improvise something that we could do better like that.
I agree, but that was already an amazing game, you know. It's your debut in the international stage. You have already qualified for the knockout stages. Shogun, I gotta ask you, how are you planning to spend your time? Perhaps maybe an off day, walking around Paris?
I think most likely we will practice more, but yeah, maybe we have a chill time also, but not as much as practicing. So the focus is more practicing than the others one.
I like that. You guys are very focused. Head is very in the game, prioritizing practice and scrims over, you know, experiencing Paris as a whole, which I'm pretty sure you guys can do afterwards, as after all, this is definitely your home ground. Now, let's talk a little bit about the game, because currently this new meta, this new patch is driving everybody insane. We are seeing so many incredible new picks coming out in the Land of Dawn. But for you, as an EXP laner yourself, how are you actually adapting to the meta in the EXP?
I think as an explainer, it's not much to adapt, but my teammates, I think my teammates adapt a lot from the meta, but I think we win on the good line right now. That's all.
And I think you guys are definitely on track. Now, you know what? As you head onto the knockout stages after today's win up against Team Falcons Philippines, how does this win actually boost you guys? Are you guys like morally even, I don't know, better? Are you guys more confident heading into the knockouts? Or are you guys still just chill and taking it one step at a time?
I think not boosting, but I think we treat all our enemies the same, like that. We treat they're the same, so confidence is all up there.
Oh, wow. Okay, I like that. I like that. Very humble. You know what, Shogun, I know a lot of the Indonesians are, I'm pretty sure, very, very happy to see you guys taking the second ticket to the knockout stages. Is there perhaps any message you want to tell them?
I think, yeah, just we wait and see. Wait and see.
Wait and see. And as you can see, Mirko is there screaming his voice out. Thank you very much, Shogun. I'll see you in the knockout stages. Once again, congratulations. That's it from us over at the stage. Showing it back to you guys at the studio to break down what happened in the series.
Rose, MPL Indonesia's champions, Team Vitality take the win, and they move on to the knockout stages, which guarantees at least $100,000. What a big moment for this team, and what an organization that is on the run in MLBB across both sides, women's and men's MLBB. Vitality taking the championship at MWI last week here in Paris, so a great start for that org. Welcome back. I'm Rayday. Joining me is Renmar and Trex as we continue. I'm getting a notification. I think that's my daughter FaceTiming me back in LA, just waking up. So that does mean we're getting close to the end of the day. But to wrap up the series, Renmar, I mean, what's the takeaway from you. What did you notice about why Vitality was able to be successful in a pretty contested game too?
Mechanically gifted and busted. Finn and Moreno, I was saying busted. I was saying it during the restreams for the MPLID playoffs. Finn and Moreno are my favorite Roma duo right now. Coming out of Indonesia, they're just so good. Finn, the timings. It's like the teams from Indonesia, and even not just Indonesia, teams around the world have finally met a perfect marriage of the macro that has helped the Philippines dominate for such a long time and marry it with their own great mechanical abilities. And Vitality is a great example of that team.
Trex, you agree?
I completely agree right now. And I think there was some doubts before this tournament came in, but Vitality is showing all the naysayers that not only is their draft and mental gifted, but their micro, the mechanics, everything was just on point in those two games.
I liked seeing the draft kind of continue to develop. That last game, we got to see Barrett's opened up again.
Yep.
And we also got to see Eudora played against a Vexana. And to me, we were talking a little bit about it, Renmar, in the green room.
Yep.
I feel like it's a great answer to Eudora. I think it puts, as Gideon was saying, her behind in lane quite often. And when Eudora's behind, she's not the same, would you agree, impact as when she's ahead?
Yeah, there's just something about Eudora's pick, which is why I've been quite passionate about it online with my post this morning, saying teams have to really consider deprioritizing her.
Yeah.
Because Melissa has come back up and now Vexana is an option. And you can definitely say because of the lack of range, this is what we've been saying for 2 drafts now, the lack of range to really mess with this Melissa means the Vexana, especially this one, just supplemented the Melissa even more.
Yeah, I think the reality of what we're seeing is even some of these teams haven't completely adapted a full meta just yet. We're seeing answers happen mid-tournament. This isn't something that they were all completely prepared for.
Yeah.
And Vexana, back in the day, what was it, about a year or so ago, was meta, and she was so good against some of these heavy, bulky fighters, these people that want to get up close and personal with you. And that's why we're seeing her slowly come back against things like the Barats, against things like the Esmeraldas, against a Eudora who doesn't have long range. Some of these types of compositions that want to kind of walk up towards you, and we're seeing already counter picks happening once and once and once more.
In my experience of just watching and enjoying learning about the game, I saw, differently the approach of when I saw the steal. I'm forgetting the character's name, but she steals ultimates. The Valentina, who is being the choice most often, and they were letting sometimes the Atlas go, knowing they have the Valentina.
Yeah.
But then that was requiring a really aggressive approach to get in and use that ultimate, which is for a tankier character. Do you think Vexana might actually be a safer, more reliable answer to provide some CC and then just and then ban the Atlas? You don't have to try to counter it?
Yeah, I think for the Vexana, in this specific makeup of the draft, it made a lot of sense. Again, because of the Eudora not having that range, the Barretts needs a lot of stops. You're trying to protect one piece of your lineup that needs to stay alive in the Melissa, making it even so much harder to kill her. Yes, the one kill that they got onto the Melissa was because they were able to find the combo through the Eudora, but that was just once. It was so rare. In the end, you saw how Falcons was struggling over and over again just to get Eman done. They couldn't.
I mean, honestly, you might be onto something, Rain, because the games that we're seeing those Vexanas get picked up, the Atlases have been getting banned out. So for future drafts, it could be preemptively telling us something. When those Atlases get banned out, maybe be prepared for that.
Yeah, I think it's so cool to see how this meta is developing and how good all of these players are. These players giving us insights into what they're thinking. These conversations, as you saw Shogun have with Team Vitality, going to continue into the off day, and that is going to make a world of difference as they have a chance to watch Group B. Let's take you to the schedule for the rest of the day because we have one more series coming up. Group B will be tomorrow. We'll do the exact same thing. So we'll send 2 teams home. We'll send 2 teams to the knockout stage. We'll send 2 teams to continue playing. But Team Falcons meta in Group A and Ignite Gaming, that is of the latter consequence. One team will be going home. One team will be continuing on. And that is high stakes, about as high stakes as it gets. Trex, any words previewing that series for you?
I think it's going to be I think a lot of people are thinking it might be one-sided. I believe it could be a pretty close series. I think it might go the distance. Falcons Mena, yes, a great team. Ignite had a bad showing in their previous game, but I think they still have a little bit more in their pocket, honestly.
51-49, who you leaning?
51-49. You know what? Because I know which way he's going, I'm going to go Ignite.
Okay, and you're going Falcons.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier.
Well, I want to know what you guys think, the audience as well, because we have our tournament pick'ems. Get them in right now while you can. You have a chance to let us know whether you agree with Trex, maybe you agree with Renmar, maybe you're 50-50 like most of us here, waiting to see what happens. Let us know in your pick'ems. We'll show you the results before the game goes live, and then afterwards you can tell us in the chat if you are smarter than all of us. Coming up very soon, we're going to have that next series, and I cannot wait for you guys to be here with us. We'll catch you right after this short break.
Tinggal pre. Nice. Ada na buri ah. Ayo mo. Arit. Arit na ulti, arit na ulti set. Ready touch. Balik. Balik. Kilin. Betul. Tahu. Crips. Nice banget. Aman. Nice try. Nice try bang. Try. Isang dai guys. No tailing. Go guys, behind ladder. Nice one. Imaw. Half clean. Tingin sa akin. Clean. Wait ba, wala kang skill ba? Cannot ko. Nice one. Nice one. Time big one guys. Big. Nice one. Nice. More. Let's go. Minyan. Let's go. Nice one. First. Unfabric. Maharapan ko to ah.
Mabubuhay din ako.
Kaya, Ted.
Si Teddy lang.
Wait, light up. Wala pure si Ted.
Tingnan na.
Kaya, alis ako.
Kinain.
Makulit pa ako ah.
May ulti ka sa Sanji ah.
May ulti ako. Ulti rin ako. Boy pa ako.
Mga low pre. To, sa akin pre. Gonyo.
Wala sila skill pre.
Sa akin pre. Gonyo.
Puro low. Nasunog ako. Ginagawa ko lang. Babalik. Carly. Pakito.
Binata ka.
Hindi natin kaya pre. Ang damage.
Flash will out jump. I go consig.
Anlaşın. Go zone. They can't do anything.
Go tower.
Kesin bunu ya.
Kesin bunu.
Yut. Just kill Belerik.
Belerik. Guys. Belerik. It's okay, we don't have. I guys. You good? Arlot.
Just kill Arlot.
Careful, link. Link. Nice. Nice amına koyayım. Link 1 HP.
Ada WP. Bisa. Oke. Aja. Kontol gede banget. Savage gak? Langsung aja. Nanti aja.
Coba kayak.
Gampang itu.
Coba. Gua 2-1 ya.
Try mo.
Kayak. Kontol gitu tuh. Dia spawnnya dekat banget sih.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Support your nation with 16 games across 4 weeks in November, all in search for the ultimate prize. The Esports Nations Cup in November. Check it out. It's going to be a lot of fun. We'll have games I am very beloved with there, and I can't wait to see what other performances we'll see across all our communities in gaming. Also, if you saw some of those comms, thank you to Saudi Radio Comms for helping to get some insights into what the players might have been saying throughout their games. We'll be sure to check in with more of that coming up later on in this week. All right, as we return back to it, Renmar and Trex, it's time to start filling in the gaps here. That means one last series. It's going to give us our final team that's moving forward to continue playing. It's going to also, as our final match of the day, also send one final team home.
Yeah, I think for these two, they gotta play fast, man. Play fast, play rough, play hard, because it's potentially your last showing. You don't want to go out on a whimper. You want to go out in a bang.
I'm glad you added that second one.
Thank you.
Yeah, it may honestly be time to not take things slow, get aggressive in the beginning, try to catch your opponent off guard. Don't leave it down to a late game possibility, to a let's just wing it possibility. Try to own it. And if you can control that early game, just convert it into an easy win.
This is going to be a difficult one for sure. Team Falcons PH is going to have a chance to play against the winner of this game. So it could be a Team Falcons matchup. Team Falcons Meta, Team Falcons PH. Organization wouldn't mind that. One moves through. Of course, I'm sure they'd rather both move through, but that's not going to be possible because if Falcons Meta aren't in that matchup, that means Ignite Gaming won and they have been going home. So on the other side, Ignite Gaming, that's a team that we need to pay attention to. You were leaning a little bit more towards that, Trex, in your 50-50 because, well, Renmar had already chosen the other side. What do you like about Ignite?
I just think we have Diablo. We have a veteran, someone who's been doing this for a very long time. We also saw some great plays from this team the other day. Even with their loss, they still showed up at some times. And I think when it comes to some experience, they do have that there. Don't get me wrong, Falcons Meta is a team that has also been around a very long time, but it just feels like sometimes they fall a little short.
Team Falcons Meta. That's the real conversation here. They made it through the wild card. This was the team that filled out the bracket. They're filling out our bracket again as the final match of the day. Where will they go? We don't know this time around. It was a grueling fight, but when you look at their roster, they've got guys who can do it. They've gotten the job done already. It's now a matter of can you get it done on maybe the biggest stage at MSC. We had a chance to sit down and talk with Falcons Meta and their roamer Troll a little bit earlier today.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna, and right now I'm here with Troll. Welcome, Troll.
Thank you.
Troll, we find ourselves in an elimination match, so the pressure is high, the stakes are at an all-time high as well. Pressure check, pulse check, what's going on in your head right now?
I think we don't have pressure, we'll just play our game.
Okay, no pressure, you just play your game, and everyone feels the same way?
Yeah.
No one's nervous?
No one's.
I like that. I like that. Now, I got a chance to talk to Boyet, I think, earlier on, and he mentioned that, you know, coming into MSC from the wildcards, you guys didn't have much time to prepare. Is that right?
Yeah, we didn't have much time to prepare for the batch, the new batch.
Okay, so how's it been going so far? Like, do you have enough time now?
Yeah, we've had enough practice, and I think we'll do better.
Okay, so you've done your homework and everything. What do you think that you could carry from yesterday's loss to your match today?
I think on yesterday's loss, or the day before, we like throw the first game. We throw the first game. Like
who threw?
It was a team mistake.
Okay, it was a team mistake. And then you saw that, and then what happened after that?
We talked about it, and we played some scrims, and we fixed it.
Okay. So during, you know, tournaments like this, who do you usually scrim against?
It depends on where is the tournament. If like it's in Paris, there is not a lot of teams, so we scrim on the teams of the other group.
Oh, okay. Does that make it challenging for you?
No, it's okay.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, speaking of challenge, we've seen the rise of assassins since, you know, wildcards. Now it's been like so prominent. Does that change something for you as the roamer?
No, I think it's okay. I've played against assassins before. I don't think it's a problem.
No problem whatsoever. No pressure. I mean,
no, it's okay.
Did it change maybe your role in the game?
Yeah, maybe I can target the jungle a lot more. Not like the jungle tank meta where the jungle would just use utility. Just get the turtle lord.
Okay, so what's your favorite go-to hero right now in this meta? And what do you think would be more popular?
Probably, I won't say.
Okay, you won't say. But have we seen it before?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, it's not a healer, it's not a support.
No, it's not support.
It's not a support. I'll let the panel figure that one out. But lastly, I do want to ask if you have a message perhaps to your fans back at home.
Keep supporting us and it will help us win this game.
All right, once again, thank you and good luck for your next match. And we're throwing it over back to you guys.
Thanks, Eterna. Great interview there with Troll. Didn't give us any clues on that one. However, I don't know.
I have a guess.
Beleric, Atlas?
My guess is Cho.
Cho?
I mean, that is his favorite pick. Like, historically, he's really good at it. But that's just a guess. I'm not thinking anything. I'm straight up guessing.
It is Cho.
No, I don't know.
So that's confirmed.
I'm straight up guessing.
Clip it, guys. Clip it. It's confirmed. It's Cho. And let's see the response as well. Clipped back. And Cho's like, what? I never said that. Okay. My job trying to get Renmar in trouble. Fake trouble, of course, as well. So Ignite Gaming, I think the question is, this is a team with Diablo. And Diablo is kind of, we were prepping a little bit of this conversation. Is it try to get him to do Diablo things? Is it try to get this roster to support him as we take a look at the players on Ignite Gaming for him to succeed? How do you draft? How do you pick? Both these teams suffered convincing 2-0 losses the first time we were able to see them. So the question is, how do they bounce back and get back in sync after that? We actually had our main man LaFell earlier this week do a little game with Team Ignite to see if they could find out if they would ever mesh quite like they needed to in order to win this set.
Hey guys, my name is Afel, and we know the players have good teamwork in the game, but how are they in real life? We're gonna be playing this or that, where we see whether they're on the same page or not. Right now, we're with Ignite Gaming with Kevin, CS, as well as Roy. So if they're on the same page, they're safe. If not, they're gonna whack each other with the hammer. So we're gonna have 5 questions here. So the first one is, if you have to choose, would you rather eat a croissant or a baguette? Which one would you guys like more? All right, so we got a few croissant connoisseurs for the next one. If you guys can choose to do one activity, would you rather you guys go for a Seine River cruise or go to the top of the Eiffel Tower?
Yes, go top.
This is the cruise.
Oh, but you.
So now we'll see what happens when the alarm rings. This is something that everyone struggles with.
Yep.
And you know what? Who likes to wake up anyways, am I right? So now, this is gonna be a pretty controversial one. We'll see how you guys feel about this. You go here if you feel like the GOAT is Messi. You go there if you're all for Ronaldo. This is gonna be the final one. When you try have a nice French dinner, would you rather go with Diablo or Jay? Hey Jay, you got a friend. So you guys were not completely on track. You guys will have the hammer where you guys can whack each other. It's okay, it's an inflatable hammer, so there's like, but just go for it. What? All right, that's good, that's fine. So that is Ignite Gaming. I kind of feel like whether they got it right or wrong, they would like to have that. So good luck for you guys at MSC, and we'll see you guys next time.
Now, what I would have loved is to come back with those hammers on the panel and all of us to get in that game. That was fun.
Yeah, can we get that?
I want it.
I wouldn't even need to play a game. I think I'm just straight up whacking all of y'all.
Turning in what an incredible international competition for MLBB. Let's check out the broadcast and just swinging some hammers, having a good time. We do that too here at EWC. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying this one. It's been a phenomenal day. Our final set of the day, our final series, we've kind of previewed a little bit of Falcons Meta, now Ignite Gaming, Trex. I mentioned Diablo. Kelvin is a great talking point here. Who stands out for you?
I think Kelvin, honestly. I think the whole team, we're at a point where we know Diablo, right? Diablo's been around. He's been in multiple internationals. Now it's time for the rest of the team to show up, right? It's time for the rest of the team to show that they can also be names. They can also be mainstays. They can also show that they belong in that top 8. And the only way they're going to get closer to that is by winning today.
Yeah, Kelvin was a standout, and I think a lot of people, despite the tough loss that Ignite suffered against Team Spirit, a lot of people were pointing out that Kelvin looked pretty solid.
Yeah.
And I agree with Trex. I hope this continues to be a name-making performance for Kelvin. Diablo, he's going to be there. Hopefully we just gets to draft heroes where he can actually be, really felt in the map. If you guys know what I'm trying to get on here. But yeah, Kelvin for sure, for Ignite.
And Troll on his famous Joe, right?
Which is, of
his
course,
favorite secret character.
Which is, again, just a theory.
No. It's real, guys. It's real, right? Let us know in the chat if it's actually happening. Imagine it is a Joe, because then that would be like the best call of all time.
Yeah.
Right.
That'll be looking good for myself, but then the Menon boys might come up to me and say, hey,
don't give our secrets away.
Why did you say that?
Yeah, don't give our secrets away. My friend Mar knows so much. I mean, I'm excited to see how the Melissa starts to have an impact. Was that just last set that we saw the impact? But I mean, it was 2 sets in a row now that we've seen Melissa be prioed, and sometimes like that pick that counters 3 picks.
I'm wondering how many teams are actually ready to use that. And Mon, obviously exceptional on it, but I feel like he's had a bit more experience playing this hero. And I'm wondering, yes, I do think we're going to see more of it, but how many teams are ready
That's a good
to
question.
actually slot it in, and how many gold laners have played it as much as some of these other players?
Do you need the same micro to be effective with the Melissa the way that you might have that conversation around hitting Aurora iframes and min-maxing that, item buying, and all those crazy things?
I think it's a lot about positioning for Melissa.
Okay.
Yes, there's some micro, but so much of it is more in the sense of where are you on the map? How good are you at kiting back and forth? It's a very different type of micro than, say, a Ling or a Harara, right?
Yeah.
And it really depends on the mastery of the composition with the team.
Yeah.
Like, how well does the team position around their Melissa? Vitality positioned around Eman and their Melissa really well in those 2 games.
I'm curious, if this is going to be as even as we think it is in terms of the votes. I know we may not have the pick'ems up yet. I'm curious what you guys voted for yours as well.
I think it was up a minute
Oh, it was?
ago.
What was it?
83%.
Oh, 83% for Falcons Meta. Wow, that is a lot. Okay, so a big Falcons fan base here. I mean, EWC Club Championship winners 2 years in a row, so there's no issue with that as well. Team Falcons Meta, they headline our final game of the day, and as we continue to move on in this series, we're sending one team home, and unfortunately for them, that'll be the end of this tournament. However, one team fighting for their life, which makes this a must-watch. Don't go anywhere. Let's send it to the stage and kick it off.
In the previous match, boy, was it interesting as Team Vitality drops Team Falcons to the lower bracket. Milosh, how did you feel about that?
Honestly, I saw how happy you were also the preparation after, right? Falcons so far not really soaring too high, but that is only in the context of qualifying to the knockout stage, right? And that's the upper bracket. That's the other question. It is not done yet for Team Falcons PH.
You are right, but this may be the last match of the day, but to one of the teams, this could potentially be their last match of the entire tournament.
They've heat, they've hot, and maybe it'll be their last caca. Let's bring out our first competitors, Team Falcons Mena! It has been a long, dark, and lonesome road to qualify for MSC 2026. That first step was successful on wildcard, but the pressure is fully on at the moment. Will the journey be over before it even begins for our Mena boys? We're about to find out.
Oh yes, we are about to find out indeed. And of course, going up against them all the way from Singapore, it is Ignite Gaming! They are hungry for redemption. Starting off their journey incredibly shaky, they need to move out of their comfort zone to make it out alive. But the question is, do they have what it takes to reignite their fuels for this match?
One thing's for sure, they're going to need to light up the stage here against their opponents, the Team Falcons Mena. So please, gentlemen, I will give you the space here. Ignite, please, Team Falcons, you may place your keys. Gentlemen, take your seats. And of course, team captains, prepare for our handshake. Might be the last one. It will be for one of these 2 teams. The fist bumps are in. Our game is ready. Our final one for today. Elimination on the line. Who can survive? Who will go back home? Team Falcons, Team Ignite Gaming. Let's get it going.
Survival is on the line. Team Falcons meta going up against Ignite Gaming. Diablo. I asked Trex, he said, we know about him. We need to see something from Kelvin. We need to see someone else step up and make this their moment. Will it be Jay on the roam? We've seen so much impact from Bellerix, from Atlas. How deep will that pool go?